this shit like this, man. Y'all check this dope shit out.
Welcome to the motherfucking News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism, a.k.a. The Harbinger, a.k.a. The Realest Motherfucker on Twitch. We were just enjoying HP Shorty's No Love Foam. You got no love for them hoes. And the visual's done by Purple Dirty Sprite. Make sure you're liking and subscribing to the underground music, folks. Welcome to the actual source of news on Twitch. All these other motherfuckers talking shit. They're worried about their ego. They're worried about their paycheck. I'm actually worried about the fucking world. Anyone else worried about a little thing called world peace? Looking at this Zoomer who's sitting out on this bench right outside my window. He's having an issue. I think a little filly broke his heart. He is just I don't know. He's got some news. He's got something on his mind, that's for sure. Poor kid. Welcome back, Carl Toes, and number one of the chat, strategy member. Folks, we're just going to get right into it. That or he got kicked out. Nah, this motherfucker's got some bad news to tell somebody. He's doing that. It's actually pretty much exactly the way I act when I'm like super nervous and I got some bullshit I got to deal with. I feel bad for the guy. Folks, we'll be covering, he just took up. We'll be covering Ireland, Syria, Gaza, Ukraine, assholes, USA, world, and Canada. You think we're going to get to Canada? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. The Ukraine section alone could take 3 to 4 hours. Oh, and he's back on the bench. And now his face is in his hands. Oh, man. It's got to be over a girl. It's some stupid shit he said to a girl he liked. I hope it's just that. I hope it's not anything like, I got kicked out of my house. I'll update you on the Zoomer as news progresses. The Zoomer outside of my window sitting at my bench. I'll update you. But no, welcome, folks. We're going to be covering Ireland #1. Just going to get this out of the way. Big props to Shinigami Tenshi with South Day Vibe with the full album here. We'll be listening to this, and also Melancholy by Room Waves. Okay. Very interesting stuff here. So yeah, there's actually an election going on in Ireland. Sinn Féin, which is, I believe, the party that is demanding independence, complete independence, reunification of Ireland, and independence from the British Empire, finally. It's a long time coming. It needs to happen. I think we can all agree. There's no good goddamn reason why this decrepit, creaky empire run by a fucking dinosaur after his wife died, that nobody even, God save the king, please. God, wake up the king. I promise to change absolutely nothing. Yeah, great. Then you're absolutely useless. Fucking monarch. Goddamn, dingleberry from the fucking past that just you can't get off your ass. You know what I mean? Something that should have been thrown in the dustbin 100 years ago. The monarchy. So I agree. Reunification of Ireland. I do understand though that there are a lot of people, who live in Northern Ireland. I believe that's the area that is controlled by the UK. That don't want reunification, and those people cannot be ignored. They need to be appeased. They need to be, brought into this as gently as possible. Nothing wrong. We having a king. There's a million things wrong with having a fucking king. There's a million things wrong with having a fucking king. And you know what? We're about to find out here in America. What's wrong with having a king? One thing I wanted to do for you guys was expose you to a horrific sound. So prepare yourself. I've turned the volume down. But the cacophonous noise that's inside this thing, this place that they're doing this, listen to this. It's literally something you'd hear out of a fucking horror movie. Either someone has no idea what to do with a device called a microphone, which is funny coming from me. Welcome back, Rebel Phoenix. Or there's some kind of blender that sounds like it's just off camera. People are just jumping into a human-sized blender. Am I wrong about that? It's like just off cam. You can hear the bones. You can hear the bones shattering against the metal blades there. You know what I mean? Is that just me? Is that just me because I have nightmares? They could be appeased by moving to England. No. See, that kind of attitude is a surefire loser when it comes to actually winning. Feels good to say it because it's like, yeah, fuck you, fuck your empire, fuck your king. Feels good to say it, but I don't know. I'm always coming from the perspective of how do we govern, right? There's millions of them. You know what I mean? We can't just fuck you, move out. That's not gonna work. So there you go. Ireland elections. Let's see here. What's this about Syria? Yeah, this shouldn't be here. This is in the wrong section here real quick. Let me just go ahead and pop that on over. We'll do Syria next here. One more time from the Hellmouth. Right. Hey, you want to hear the worst sound in the world? It's... That's the worst sound in the world. What's at stake at Ireland's general election? So let's get a couple more details about what's actually happening instead of just making fun of someone who doesn't know how to set up a microphone. You see, the Americans, for all their fancy French talk of freedom, still want the rule of a king. Fuck, man. This asshole might be correct. I hate that you're correct, sir. I hate that you're correct. You might be correct. And by the way, it wasn't all Americans. It was a minority of a minority. Because let's remember, the electorate. So it's not exactly, the electorate is not exactly a minority. I think it was about 60% of America showed up to vote. So it's not all of America. 40% of all of America is tens of millions of people who are completely checked out. And then it's a minority within that of 50%. Donald Trump won less than 51% of the popular vote. It's like 50 point something. He barely beat Kamala at the popular vote amongst the voting electorate. Okay, that's democracy. That's democracy. That's democracy when it's not functioning correctly. If we had a system like Australia, where you're incentivized to vote and fined if you don't, Donald Trump would be nowhere near power. But let's not get it twisted that Donald Trump does not represent the entirety of America. Donald Trump doesn't represent half of America. Donald Trump represents half of 60% of America. So Donald Trump represents about 30% of America. Well, that's democracy for you. No. Yeah, we got to get rid of first past the post. Absolutely. Ranked choice voting. Absolutely. First past the post has to go. It's got to go in Canada as well. Justin Trudeau ran on it and dropped that shit like a fucking hot biscuit, a.k.a. a cookie. Democracy now, sanity later. All right, let's get some news on this election. Welcome back, Woke Patriot.
Voting began Friday morning in Ireland's parliamentary elections, which will decide the country's next government and show whether Ireland bucks the global trend of incumbents being ousted by disgruntled voters after years of pandemic, instability and economic pressure. Housing and the cost of living are two topics at the forefront of voters' minds as they head to the polls. Ireland has an acute housing shortage. Despite being one of the wealthiest countries in Europe,
just
rents
like everywhere,
have soared. Many young people can't.
You know, it's happening so consistently and so thoroughly. It's almost like it's intentional, almost like it's planned. That's crazy though. Come on, man. That's nuts. Where's my button? There it is. That's nuts. What are you talking about? It's not intentional. You mean a bunch of rich people got together at a place called Davos and devised a plan on how they're going to churn real estate into the next big investment vehicle? Really? Come on. It's all Bilderberg New World Order. It's all a big lie, right? I gotta say, it's totally intentional. And it's the opposite of capitalism. Because if capitalism was allowed to just do its thing here, builders would be building. The ingredients necessary for a house, the textiles and all the wood and all that necessary for a house would be sold at market rates and selling briskly, so the market rates would be competitive. There'd be new housing all over the place. But that's not what's happening. What we're seeing is big multi-trillion-dollar organizations like BlackRock scooping up as much as they can while also influencing the government as much as they can, so that any new buildings that are being built are scooped up by them immediately, if possible. It's a big game. And it's totally intentional, okay? And there's a reason why it's happening all over, especially in these neoliberal areas where these neoliberal governments are just like, yeah, do whatever you want. Oh, okay, whatever you want. Treat real estate like a commodity. Like it doesn't have a secondary function, right? Treat real estate like the next hot streaming app platform, you know? Treat it like a piece of software. Who the fuck is this moron? Wow, so that's actually, I don't know, is that racist against Irish people? Is he being racist? Account was started today. All right, I guess we're starting early today. Goodbye, sir. You know what? We'll let him stick around just for a couple. Let's see if he says the N-word or something else.
Can't afford a place of their own. The proportion of young people struggling to afford housing costs
sell air, charge customers for every step they take in the store.
Coupled with the housing crisis, rising immigration is another topic driving discontentment with establishment centre-right political parties like Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil.
It is
About
racist.
20% of Ireland's population was born outside Ireland, and 120,000 foreigners moved to Ireland in the year to April, the biggest number since 2007. The country of 5.4 million has struggled to house all the asylum seekers, leading to tension.
This guy is so Irish, it's hilarious.
And protests.
I think I'm Irish as well, so there's definitely a similarity.
Main political parties are trying to diffuse the discontentment, touting plans to get a grip on immigration and build many more houses. Analysts say the most likely election outcome of this vote is another alliance between establishment parties Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil.
Okay. And then the last video we have on this right here, 7 minutes long. We probably won't do the whole thing. But inside Dublin's central colorful race.
We spent 3 days in the inner city constituency of Dublin Central.
You again.
Well, it's hard, you know, when someone says, "Who the fuck is that moron?" Rebel Phoenix. I just assume it's, you know, or Kronos. I just assume they're talking about me.
Looking at you.
Trying to decipher what this place tells us about the Irish general.
Oh, this woman is a nightmare. This woman is totally cool with.
Trying to decipher.
It's really something else. This woman speaks incredibly powerfully for Palestinian humanity, but then with the other side of her mouth makes a bunch of excuses for Russia's invasion because America bad, because NATO bad, for Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I've covered her before. Passionate, totally passionate about the people of Palestine, but slimy words of defeatism. I think she was criticizing Zelensky for being a butcher, for fighting back. I mean, really a piece of work. Something else.
What this place tells us about the Irish general election on Friday.
And one last supplementary question. Are you knackered?
Not at all. I'm more really energized, I can assure you of that.
Other questions. Why is this reputed gangland boss running for office here?
I've made me money through property.
Is this candidate a Russian asset?
Yes. Yes. Actually, yes. Yes. I don't. Russian asset or useful idiot, does it fucking matter? You know? If you're working in the service of that tyrannical dictatorship called Russia and their invasion of Ukraine, who's like, you know, the excuse is like, oh, Ukraine wasn't perfect. Ukraine was good. Ukraine, you know, there's a lot of people who speak Russian in Ukraine. It's unbelievable. They rolled in there with tanks to the capital city. They've been trying to assassinate Zelensky ever since. Bucha? Anybody? No? Just crickets, huh? Just fucking crickets, huh? On Bucha, right? And there's been dozens of others afterwards. I mean, Russia is so goddamn brutal and nihilistic, we just expect it from them. Beheading Ukrainian POWs, gunning them down, putting it on social media. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, all right. We've had enough. Thank you so much. You've been entertaining. Oh, God, it feels good. I'm back, and I'm better than ever. Face facts. Your opinion don't matter. He's a maniac.
What a load of shite.
Can we percolate any of this into a coherent thought about Irish democracy?
Yeah.
No, we cannot.
Jesus loves you, my friend. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Jesus, that's what this is about.
There are 13 candidates running for 4 seats in the Dublin Central constituency. It's one of the country's most socially and ethnically diverse places. Set the scene for
Let me know if the volumes are too loud. I think this is still a little too loud. Let me know.
the Easter Rising in 1916 through to the Dublin riots in 2023. They were synonymous with growing anti-immigrant sentiment in Ireland. Record numbers of refugees and migrants arriving here in the last 5 years, and many into working-class neighbourhoods like these. The leader of Sinn Féin, Mary Lou MacDonald, expected to keep her seat here.
So how are you doing? Not wearing your chain now, I see.
Yeah, exactly, Tisrael.
Sinn Féin's left-leaning...
Wait, what did she say? What did she say here? Hold on. She's being a catty old lady. I want to hear it.
Expected to keep her seat here.
So how are you doing? Not wearing your chain now, I see.
I'd be moved if I wore that.
Sinn Féin's left...
I think she said I'd be mortified if I wore that. She was asked, how come you're not wearing your chain? I don't know. Maybe she's like the Irish version of Mr. T. She's known for... I don't know. I have no idea what's going on, folks. I can barely even understand what the fuck they're saying. It's supposed to be English, I think.
Left-leaning pro-migrant stance was seen by some as a betrayal. Then the day after the riots, MacDonald called for the Irish Police Commissioner and Minister of Justice to resign, perceived by some as using the riots for political gain.
Oh.
Since then, Sinn Féin has spoken about not putting asylum accommodation in poorer communities.
Why on earth would you bring another cohort of very vulnerable people who need support into areas that are living hand to mouth? That doesn't make sense.
Did you call it wrong after the riot?
No, I mean, I think I recognise just how badly things had descended in our city. That I don't think any of us who grew up here, who live here, ever thought or expected that you would see scenes like that, and I hope we never see it again.
Up over the roofs of the council blocks in Dublin Central, the glass houses of the Irish tech sector. Ireland is quids in at the moment with money from windfall and corporate tax receipts. Against the backdrop of a housing crisis, all the parties promising to build thousands of new homes.
Thank you very much for coming out. Come from Armagh.
But like I said before, the question is who gets them? How much are they? And is the decommodification of real estate ever going to be talked about, ever debated? We see cowardice from all angles, left, right, when talking about that. So apparently real estate's just supposed to go up, 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 up. I'm a homeowner, right? When I talk about this with my wife, she hates it because she's like, yeah, finally we got in. Now we can start enjoying this exploding housing market, right? But I'm like, this is wildly unsustainable. You know, what is my boy is gonna, what is he got to pay $3 million for a townhouse by the time he's, in his 20s? I don't want that because the wages aren't going up. The inflation, the dollar keeps getting more and more worthless, and then everyone else's currencies are trailing behind it sometimes. I'm just saying, like, it's not like we're getting richer, and things are getting more expensive. And we're still in this mindset of endless profit, endless and infinite profit, infinite growth. It's wildly unsustainable. And here we are taking something, and we kind of acquiesced. This whole idea of taking real estate and commodify it, we kind of acquiesced without even fighting. We kind of just gave up this really important argument without even really contesting it. And I do think we need to start contesting it and start having a serious conversation about how to safely decommodify housing without completely ripping off existing homeowners. And I'm not speaking, just as selfishly as a homeowner. I'm just saying millions of people are never going to accept any kind of decommodification, if they get completely fucking ripped off, you know, and it's just literally lose money, it has to be gentle, it has to be slow, but it has to be focused, you know. But this whole idea, because like we're right on the precipice of over 50%, over 60% of most populations in these Western democracies being completely cut out of the market, right? You either have some kind of white collar job where you and your spouse are making over $100,000 a year or more, and you saved up for 10 years for your deposit or longer, and maybe you got a little extra from mommy and daddy, or you're fucked, or you're completely busy boned. I don't know why I said that. No, but you're, you know, and is that really being addressed by any of these parties in any of these Western democracies? Any of them? It's just assumed that, you know, there's little reforms, little changes we can make around the edges, but, you know, the profit marches on. Growth marches on. The system fundamentally can't change.
Pascal Donoghue is one of Fine Gael's big beasts, part of the ruling coalition, also expected to retain his seat in Dublin Central. What manifesto commitments would they ditch if a Trump presidency and promised tariffs shrunk the Irish economy?
Certainly what I would be aiming to do is, in such an environment,
it sucks for countries that don't, you know, that are not like Canada or Mexico, that are not, you know, exporting and importing trillions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars worth of products, right? You know, because like they can do their own tariffs against the United States, but you know, it's going to hurt them more than it's going to hurt the United States, right? So it's going to be more symbolic than anything else. But yeah, so it's, you know, This is what Trump is betting on, is that, you know, he's going to, you know, swing his big orange nuts around. Oh yeah, we got one for this. You know, he's going to swing them around. Yeah. He's going to get in everyone's face. And they're going to bow down. But really what hopefully happens is, you know, this turns into maybe a more powerful coalition against, I don't know, the United States. That it, you know, I really don't picture the United States realigning itself with Russia and China, you know, like some predict or some, I guess, want. I don't see that happening either. I think, you know, I don't know what direction this is going to go in, but the moron lunatics are going to be at the steering wheel. Man, I mean, it's just. There's this weird optimism I'm seeing on TYT, you know, because they don't want to be doomers. They don't want to be, you know, all doom and gloom. But no, this is the time for doom and gloom. We have to be serious. We have to be real about this. And honestly, I'm not seeing it yet. Once again, I've said this before. I'll say it again. It does feel like a trauma response. Millions of people just kind of in unison, just kind of. I don't know, man. And, you know, I have to admit, the Kamala campaign, I was kind of unintentionally, I needed the hopium. You know, I needed to get away from the doom and gloom. Like he beat me down. Trump beat me down, you know. So I kind of went along with it, you know, and it was like, because it was like, it was so important. It was like, yeah, let's just, for this go round, let's just get out of the way, and, you know, let's get another 4 years and let's figure this out so that, you know, he'll never come back. Man, they fucked up big time. God, they fucked up big time. I mean, we really have no idea how bad it's going to get. And, you know, the Irish economy is going to pale in comparison to riots in the streets. Anna's leaving the left, though it's not shocking that TYT is going. You know, Rebel Phoenix, I don't know if that's 100% true. Anna leaving the left. I've been watching a lot of TYT because, you know, I've been going along with it. Vosh is going along with this narrative as well. It's not true. She's not. She has. It's weird. Super duper progressive on a billion different topics. If you watch TYT, then wildly right wing out of the fucking blue. But here's the thing though. A lot of her takes that are considered right wing are just her criticizing the neoliberal establishment. And it's like I have sympathy for that because, you know, I do that every single time I stream. And I don't, you could easily take me out of context. You know, we got conservatives that will peek in, oh, he's criticizing Joe Biden. Let me watch this. He's got a beard and he's criticizing Joe Biden. Oh, he must be on my side, right? So then they get all butthurt when I start talking about fascism. I don't know. My honest analysis of Anna Kasparian is that she is, I don't want to say libertarian. I guess progressive with conservative streaks. She's progressive with conservative streaks. And the stupidest thing I've seen come out of her mouth was her whole, you know, let's not call Trump a fascist nonsense, right? It doesn't help. It doesn't help the argument to call him a fascist, you know, and it's just she's not Dave Rubin, though. She's not. Anna Kasparian is not Dave Rubin. This whole, like, oh, she's just like Dave Rubin. She's just doing Dave Rubin. No. Dave Rubin dropped anything. You know, he used to, you know, speak in progressive tones and progressive, you know, ways when talking, you know, with the rest of the TYT crowd. I used to watch when he was around. God help me. And that is not Anna Kasparian. God, it just isn't. She is frustrating, though, on a few things. She's not exactly wrong about crime and neoliberalism, though. That's the thing, is that, you know, people are saying, oh, she's turned super right-wing on crime. She's super right-wing on crime. Well, are we going to talk about the massive failure of governance in California and all these other liberal states in the United States that have massive homeless populations? And are spending tens of billions of dollars not fixing the problem. Money going fucking poof nowhere. We don't know. Some people getting fed, some people getting help, a lot of people getting completely fucked. We see it every single day. Weirdos right outside your front door if you live in these cities. Yeah, and then Democrats, of course, you know, when they're not pretending to be progressive and implementing half-hearted, you know, half-funded pseudo-progressive legislation that basically just makes progressivism look bad, look incompetent. When they're not doing that, they're doing what Woke Patriots talking about and acquiescing to the right-wing line. Well, you know, tough on crime, more cops. It's always more cops. And I'm not a defund the police guy. I'm a reform the police guy. If I got in charge, I wouldn't change the police funding one iota. I would simply, from the top down, bottom up, completely retrain and refocus the police department and also add specialists, you know, for situations like, you know, spousal abuse, de-escalation specialists that accompany the cops. We've seen success in these programs already in certain states that have implemented them, where cops are, you know, go along with on certain calls, right? So instead of sending a cop immediately to a domestic dispute, you send a de-escalation specialist with a cop. Cop sits in the background as long as no violence happens, right? He's chill. Instead of sending this 6-week trained, you know, guy who was just told he's in a, you know, welcome to the war zone, Rambo. You know, you got a pistol on your hip and you're going to act like sheriff. And if anyone disrespects you, you fucking gun him down, right? Instead of sending, Weil Earp over there, you know, because that's how they train these cops. You send a de-escalation specialist who, you know, who understands how to handle those kind of, situations. Mentally ill people getting naked, running through the streets, drug addicts running, getting naked through the streets, sex pests, domestic disputes, situations that don't necessarily always require a gun to solve. What did this asshole on Kick say? She was tired of being painted as a victim of Democrat stereotype, accusing, needing to work on themselves. Yeah, she's certainly not racist. But yeah, there are a lot of reactionary MSNBC style, up their own ass people on the left that are very quick to call you a Trump supporter, call you a Dave Rubin if you push back on the neoliberal establishment. And I'm not a fan of Anna Kasparian sometimes, but I just need to keep it real because I'm the realest motherfucker on Twitch. I've been watching a lot of TYT in the last couple weeks, and like I said, mostly progressive with these weird, right-wing fucking, it's like, her chart wouldn't make any sense. It really wouldn't. Like, I don't even know what to call her politically. Like, I would be curious what she would call herself politically. You know what I mean? Anyway.
To continue to prioritize.
We have all that stuff in LA special units. It works pretty well. Yeah. So, I wouldn't cut the funding at all. Keep your fucking toys, keep your fucking money. But I would, like I said, complete retraining of every police department in America, de-escalation being the number one priority. But I don't want to defang the police either. Not until we do something about the insane amount of guns, the insane amount of nihilism, the insane amount of depression, in this country. Until we are fixing those problems that create the mass shootings, that create the desperation that drives people to do these incredibly dangerous things, violent things in some cases. We can't simply defang the police until we've addressed those issues socially. Anyway, back to Ireland. Wow, what a tangent.
Public capital investment in investing in more homes and investing in greening our economy. After that, we'll be in that environment.
Yada, yada, yada. Okay, I'm bored to tears. Anyway, Ireland, there you go. Last one from Sky News here. Just to this is the latest news that we have. This is the exit polls on who possibly have won the election. So let's get that here.
The polls have closed in Ireland's general election. The incumbent Taoiseach is fighting for his political reign under pressure from the Nationalist Party, Sinn Féin, led by Mary Lou McDonald. The results of the exit poll shows that Sinn Féin and Fine Gael are almost level with Fianna Fáil.
No, Rebel Phoenix, I'm going to have to disagree with you. A lot of the leftists that are saying defund the police are, without irony saying no, defund them, make them less powerful, make them, because they believe that's how you're going to get better policing is to starve them, which it's, even if it worked, because of the public perception of more cops equal more safety, it doesn't work politically. So you have to address the issue from a different angle. And I disagree that reform would necessarily mean defund. And the reason why I need to do that is not just because of those words are different, but also because of optics and politics. You're not going to win a fucking election getting out there talking about defund the police. It's not happening, dog. It's not fucking happening. All right, anyway, the last little bit here, exit polls.
Just behind. Let's go straight to our senior Ireland correspondent, David Blevins in Dublin, and Stephen Murphy, our Ireland correspondent in Greystones on the East Coast. David, to you first of all, your response to those
I agree
exit
with
polls.
that, Rebel Phoenix.
Yes, astonishing figures, quite frankly. Sinn Féin on 21.1% at the top of the pile. Fine Gael, led by Simon Harris, the current Taoiseach, just behind on 21%. And Fianna Fáil, the party led by Ireland's current Foreign Minister, Micheál Martin, on 19.5%. What this means is that for the second consecutive general election, there is less than 2 percentage points dividing the three largest parties in Ireland. And it's going to be difficult enough for them to form the next coalition government. Remember that it's not about who wins the popular vote here, it's about who is best positioned to form the next government.
Coalition, right. I mean, yeah, that's a big enough chunk. You can't ignore Sinn Féin at this point.
Ireland has been governed by coalitions since the 1980s. Now, this was
that's fine. That's democracy. I am so fine with this. You know what I mean? It's messy, it's slow, but you know what? That's exactly how human beings need to be governed. This is what we're comfortable with. This is what works. You know what I mean? Oh, we could do it so quick. We just get an authoritarian. We get a strong man in there. We'll just cut through all the crap and we'll get all the good stuff. No. It never works out that way. It literally never works out that way. How many examples throughout fucking history? How many? Is there, Woke Patriot is probably the most well-read in the chat. Is there any examples that you can think of a benevolent dictator, who destroys the parliament? I mean, people would maybe Caesar, right? But Caesar was wildly corrupt, right? The people were totally suffering. There was all kinds of, I don't know. It's like, has this ever existed? And it's just weird. Why do we want this?
Ipsos exit poll conducted of 5,000 people in 250 polling stations. It was incredibly accurate last time around, and if it's accurate again this time, it's been an incredibly good day for the Sinn Féin leader, Mary Lou McDonald. The party had been virtually written off at the beginning of the election campaign because it had plummeted in the polls. It's also been quite a good day for Simon Harris, who hasn't had the best campaign, the current Taoiseach. But right now, on the basis of these figures, I think it is fair to speculate that we are likely to see a return of Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil to coalition government in Ireland. But if Sinn Féin has won the popular vote again, it's becoming increasingly difficult for those two big parties on the centre-right to ignore just how many people are voting for Sinn Féin now.
Unify. That's what I want, man.
James is in Durham.
That's what I want. Tell the king to suck my toe. Tell the king to suck my toe. Here's a potato. Because people are tribal and they believe if you elect a strongman that seemingly belongs to your tribe, they won't turn around and come after you. But how many times, man? How many times we got to do this shit, dude? How many goddamn animes are like this, like every single time? How many ways, Benevolent is too subjective. In my opinion, there's no such thing as a benevolent dictator. I'm unaware of any in history I could cite as a counterexample to the notion that all dictators are bad. Thank you, Woke Patriot. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Folks, Woke Patriot has read a few books, okay? Probably one of the most learned, worldly people I've ever seen in my life. A Kevin Bacon, okay, truly. So you can trust his word. Abraham Lincoln acted as a dictator? Hell no! Hell no! There's a wild difference between a martial law for, during a civil war and, endless martial law. Is the Lincoln family still in charge? Because if we were a nation in Africa, if we were a country in Africa, that's how it would be. Some shit happened 100 years ago and the family's still running the shit. It's still dictator Lincoln. We got pictures of fucking Lincoln on the wall. All right, everyone wants to talk about it. Syria, we have to. Let's get to it. Serious time. Crazy stuff happening. Let me just get the crazy out of the way, because, yeah, it's and what we're seeing here. Excuse me. Islamic factions fighting a different Islamic faction. Both sides screaming, Allah Akbar. So it's just popping up, son. Popping up. They're running through Aleppo like they own the place. Hezbollah in shambles. No love lost for Hezbollah. No love lost for Hamas. This, like, the left, once again, I'm just going to say this very clearly. It's a massive mistake for the left to come out here and call these schmucks freedom fighters. But you have to be super nuanced, because you also need to defend Palestinian right to defend themselves, Syrian right. Well, Syria is complicated, but in Lebanon, right, the Lebanese right to defend themselves. Syria, it's super complicated. Oh my God. We got Russia. We got the United States. We got the Kurds. We got Syria. We got Hezbollah. Okay? It's popping the fuck off. Lincoln definitely made some authoritarian moves, but he was too hamstrung by Congress to be called a dictator. Even his war powers were not as expansive as those of the president he has today. He did what he had to do to fix the problem. He used the powers that were put into place specifically for the reason that it was happening. Abraham Lincoln is the exact opposite of Joe Biden. Joe Biden has a table of tools before him, and he uses none of it. And he sits there while his entire administration and reputation is thrown into the blender, and he sits there like a frankly senile old man. And I'm sorry to the wise people that are in this chat. Abraham Lincoln was a leader who took the tools that were on the table and used them appropriately, and then as soon as the problem was fixed, he restored, he undid all the special, the martial law. He undid all of it. Welcome back to democracy. We fixed the problem. He did exactly what we should be doing now. The left should be doing. Anyone on the left who has power and knows there's a problem and is not using every single tool, is not leveraging every single ounce of their political capital, is a fucking failure. And you're goddamn right I put Bernie on that list. People talking about, oh, Bernie Sanders, he's up to something. Oh, Bernie Sanders, he's up to something. He's going to do the third party Bernie Sanders. Keep fucking dreaming. He had a choice in 2016 and he took it, and that's how he's going down. He's going down with the neoliberal ship. At the same time, we should not be afraid to call ourselves Bernie-crats, Democratic socialists, to repeat word for word Bernie Sanders' stump speech wherever you can. Jumbled up. To claim that the Republican Party that Lincoln was a part of has anything to do with these fucking fascists that are going to be running our country very soon is an insult to fucking linguistics. So can that fucking shit right now. You're in a different fucking universe. You're in the News Underground. You want to be in this chat? It's a privilege. It's not a it's not a fucking right. Yeah. It's a privilege, not a right. I don't know what I was going to say. Tone police, fuck you. Fuck you. To claim that the party of Lincoln is the Republican Party that's about to take over is now the party of Trump, that there's any fucking single connection whatsoever, is disgusting to Lincoln's memory. But like I said, also disgusting to the entire concept of the definition of language. Lincoln was a Republican, so there is a history of a beneficial Republican dictator? Okay, I'm sorry. You're right. I did put a couple words in your mouth. Once again, Lincoln wasn't a dictator. Dictators implement emergency situations. They usually create the emergency, which Lincoln didn't. So dictators will usually, who are trying to, destroy democracy, they would create a situation, they would create an emergency, martial law or whatever special rule allows them to, supersede democracy, and then it never ends. That's what a dictator does. If you one more time intentionally conflate the actions of Lincoln, the democratic actions of Lincoln, who he took those actions in a fucking civil war in an emergency, if you one more time intentionally conflate it, I'm flushing you. I'm not playing this fucking game. That Lincoln was a dictator. Fuck you. Lincoln was a goddamn hero. Lincoln was a fucking leader when we needed him. I won't stand for that shit. We need to look to Abraham Lincoln. The left, the progressive left needs to look to Abraham Lincoln more than ever. Syria.
These fighters have reignited Syria's civil war. A loose coalition of jihadist and secular rebels whose lightning advance poses the biggest challenge to President Assad in many years.
Y'all politics are on easy mode.
Their prize, Aleppo, Syria's second biggest city, retaken by the government in 2016 and now back in opposition hands.
None of this feels very easy.
Last night, they tore down a statue of Hafez Assad, founder of the ruling dynasty.
Take that!
His son and successor, Bashar, has used chemical weapons against his own people.
100% deserves this. You know, I likely completely disagree with these theocratic maniacs, you know, but at the same time, Bashar al-Assad, he's gross, terrible, absolutely terrible. And yeah, gassed his own civilians. God, you know, we're in another situation here where, like, because the only reason the United States is supporting the Kurdish rebels in the north is to put a thumb in the eye of the Russia, Syria, Turkey coalition. God, Turkey is apparently doing incursions into Syria. It's so fun. I forgot to add Turkey to that list, by the way.
And this victory comes after almost 14 years of fighting,
yeah,
with hundreds of thousands killed and millions of refugees.
Yeah. Yeah, no, wait till you see all these clips with the full explanation of the map. They show the map and all the different regions and all the different, you know, interests. Yeah, this is politics on hard mode, absolutely. But, you know, things are about to get very complicated in the United States. They're not going to get simpler. They're going to get more complicated because people are going to be forced to make very tough decisions. Do I fight or do I acquiesce? Do I acquiesce to my life getting worse, but I'm going to be, you know, a good little boy, and I'm a good little boy, good little citizen, good little boy, good little girl, good little they, them. I'm going to get back in the closet, right? If you're, you know, in that camp, right? Are you going to acquiesce to this or you're going to fight? That is the trauma that I'm talking about, that trauma response where we're kind of not talking about that right now. And TYT's over here trying to pretend to be positive. Oh, I'm feeling rather optimistic. It's denial. It's denial because we're in the next 6 months, 12 months. I mean, you know, who know? Trump is very motivated. He's surrounded himself by a group of extremely motivated people with a plan that they've you know, that they are very motivated to implement. And I got to tell you, it's not good. It's not good for you. If you're a millionaire, if you're a billionaire, cha-ching, baby. Cha-ching. If you're anybody else, you're, you know, McFucked with a side of fucking, you know, McFuck sauce. You're dipping your McFucked in McFuck sauce. You're completely McFucked. And that's not even me sugarcoating it. You know what I mean? I mean, that's not even me. That's like, at a minimum, we're kind of McFucked. He's doubling down on the tariff shit. I was rather confident that he was going to drop the tariff shit like a lead balloon. He's doubling down on the tariff shit. To talk about day one tariffs, the market, even the market kind of represents this denial, right? Even the market is kind of like, whoa, there's the tax cuts, yeah, right? Just tax cuts. Right? Well, I mean, the tariff stuff. I mean, he's going to do it right. I mean, you know, we don't have to worry about. But wow, those tax cuts, okay, you know, it's because the market's doing really well. Bitcoin's doing really, really well. So even the market in total denial about what the hell's about to happen. But the rubber is going to hit the road probably like almost immediately after Christmas, probably, right? You get the last dregs of this Biden economy. There's going to be no momentum. You know, usually these Republicans get, you know, the momentum from a positive Democratic economy, and it's there. But the damage that he's going to do I mean, even preemptively, the market's going to react. Inauguration day, there's probably going to be a fucking market crash. You know what I mean? If he doubles down on the tariffs till Inauguration day, there's going to be a market reaction, a preemptive market reaction to him doing anything. And Canada's like, yeah, do it, bitch. Do it, bitch. You know what Canada's talking about doing? You know what Mexico's talking about doing? Tariffs on specific products that are going to hurt right-wing red states more. So they're like, we're more willing to work with California than we are to work with Texas. Yeah. Just do a different thing, man. Okay. He's such a failure. It's not even funny. It's tragic. All right. I don't mean to shit on your fun. You're probably a right-wing asshole who loves to make Joe Biden his old jokes. And you're riding it out to the election, to the inauguration. I get it. But it's just pathetic. It's just pathetic, man. Can you do something else, please? Talking on Twitch is such a fight. Hateful sadist. Wow. How ETA, how many, 5 minutes before I ban this guy? Enjoy the show. Yeah, yeah, no, you're in charge now. Congratulations. All those promises. Hey, Mr. Joe Biden 69, can you explain to me how the tariffs are going to make your life better? Please. Armchair. Ban so you can get back to your fighting. Armchair. Barely literate. You people are barely literate. You're barely literate. What can I do with you? How am I supposed to have a fucking argument? Armchair. Tariffs have a positive economic impact in the long run. This isn't hard. Does it matter that you're totally wrong? Does it matter? Does that matter to you at all? Does that matter even one little bit to you? That you're totally fucking wrong? Hold on, see if I can find. I got a couple things here on the tariffs, but it says really funny thing. No, it's a bunch of shit there. Okay. I'm not wrong, but again, enjoy the grief we're going to give you. So that's it, right? You totally ignore the fact that the economy you're going to be suffering big time. I'm triggered, so that's good enough. Okay, man. I mean, that's utterly pathetic. There's no other, you know what I mean? It's just sad, man. You're just a pathetic, pathetic person, you know? Are you okay? How was your Thanksgiving? Everyone in my family's MAGA. We can't wait. We can't wait for the new dictatorship. All right, okay. You're pathetic, dude. You're parading around the internet, making fun of this lame duck president who was a complete failure. And you're all in for the dictatorship that we're about to get. And you're super stoked that everyone's going to be really mad that they're under a dictatorship. And I ask you about tariffs, and you're like, they have a good economic outcome in the long run. They don't. They objectively don't. They lead to trade wars. Everyone loses in a trade war. You see, there's a potential amount of money that can be made, right? And when you do tariffs, that potential goes down. You don't get to go back in time and just make up that lost money. That's just lost money. Am I stopping the steal? Like, you assholes? Am I going to say you stole the election for the next? Am I going to say Kamala Harris is the president for the next 4 years? No, honey, no. That doesn't matter to you, though, right? It doesn't matter that you people have been a complete clown show for the last 4 years. Stop the steal. You'll still say it, right? Stop the steal, right? Joe Biden stole it, right? Utterly pathetic. All right. Well, I don't have time. I really don't have, even though you're an entertaining clown, I really don't have time to entertain your stupidity. So goodbye. Yeah, exactly.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
Yeah. Just utterly pathetic. We won. All right, man. Enjoy. Sit back. And he literally said, enjoy the show. Enjoy the show. These psychopaths are dragging us into a fucking furnace. And they're like, ha ha ha, we're all gonna die, bitch. Ha ha ha. Oh my God. I vote Donald Trump. You know, as they're pulling us into a hot furnace to be incinerated. And we're the fucking bad guys, right? We're the triggered, we're the, whatever. I mean, we've seen, there's psychological studies about conservatives, right? But we've seen how they operate, right? Until it affects them, until it hurts them directly, until they see what they actually voted for, and baby, are they about to see, there's no reflection. There's none of that. We won. What can you do? Yeah. It all goes back to Sart, right? Who is apparently not a pedophile. Thank God. Thank God. I need to look into it to confirm for myself, but I take Woke Patriot at his word. I had a scare there. I thought Sart was a pro child sex pedophile. It's like, oh, not Sart.
I am back in Aleppo for the first time in 8 years, says this fighter. 8 years of the Assad family and their criminal machine. This was a statue of the president's brother. A rerun of the Arab Spring by the looks of it. But jihadists are once again in the vanguard here. Some of them previously affiliated with Al-Qaeda. Their leader is widely designated as a terrorist, but to many living in these...
Look at that shit on that Toyota, dude. How old? The piece of machinery on that Toyota...
Their leader is widely...
is older than the combined age of everything. The human beings that are manning it and the truck. I mean, how old is this, dude? This is an anti-aircraft gun from the, 50s? And, mounted to a Toyota. Man, they need to own it. Toyota just needs to own it. When are they going to own this shit? Toyota, the vehicle of jihadist resistance and terrorism. What can we do? I don't know. It's hard to define the difference.
Designated as a terrorist. But to many living in these battlegrounds...
No, because we can't just agree with the United States, oh, they're terrorism. It's terrorism. Anyone that resists anything is terrorism. If we don't like them, it's terrorism. And if we like them, then it's not terrorism. We can't allow ourselves to fall into that trap. We have to make those definitions ourselves here. I'm still unsure who I'm rooting for in Syria. I like the idea of, Kurds getting a chunk of their area back. It seems like they were completely annihilated. I don't like Assad. I don't like Russia. I don't like Iran and their influence. I'm not a fan of Hezbollah and their influence. I don't think if I sat down and talked about, women's rights with these rebels, how far do you think that would go? Right? So I have to make a decision. Do I support, is the right to resistance more important than progressive values? And I think it is. I think it kind of has to start with, the right to resistance. And then we can talk about, some of these terrible, terrible abuses to human rights. But what's the limit on that? Because my limit is characters like Hamas, characters like Hezbollah, the suicide bombs, the gunning down old people in their homes, even if it's a settler home. That's not how you fix the problem. All the other atrocities on October 7th and before that, the ridiculous rocket strategies that go nowhere and feed into Bibi Netanyahu's extermination narrative. You know what I mean? So are these guys the same? But no, they're shooting up Hezbollah. But do they basically agree on all the points, that Hezbollah makes, in terms of theocratic governance, but they just want power? Is that the only difference, or do they fundamentally disagree with Hezbollah? Right? Do they agree about human rights? You know, is there any kind of actual, you know, political or a principle difference, or is this just power? Right. Well, we see an opening. Hezbollah's weak because of, you know, they're fighting against Israel. Now's the time to do this. This is, you know, is this just total opportunism? But in terms of what they actually believe in, is it just more Islamic theocratic gobbledygook? You know, that's like, you just can't agree with it. It's anti-progressive in every way. Women should be our slaves. You know, don't even teach them how to read. It's fucking unbelievable. You know, coming from these guys. Cover up, bitch. Cover up. I get to fuck and sling my dick around any do drugs and do anything I want. I'm the guy. You got to get your ass back in the kitchen. Be a baby factory and love it. You know, and that's just one point. That's just one point. And then they start going after music. Then they start going after fucking thought. Did you have an anti-Islamic thought? Oh, get them. String them up. And, you know, Christians do the same thing. It's all, you know, all the same. It's all the same. All the fucking religion, all this, you know, once religious theocrats get in charge here. If Christians weren't, if the shoe was on the other foot and it was Christians that were in this situation, you know, we would say, oh, well, Christianity is just more inherently violent. You know, it's a problem with Christianity inherently. I think it just so happens, just, you know, I think it has, all religions have this effect, but it's not, it's the religion is used as a justification for power mongering, for control. You know, it's just like that movie, The Book of Eli. Anyway.
He's no worse an option than President Assad.
Fucking Toyotas, man.
We enter Aleppo as liberators, God willing, to end the oppression of the people. Advise all our brothers not to enter people's homes. It is essential that there are no violations.
Who are you calling? The manager? Who are you calling? But no, I mean, that's a good message to send. Hey, rebels, quote unquote rebels, random group of weirdos that have, you know, joined along. Don't start raping and pillaging, please. These are actually your people. We're trying to govern these people.
The Syrian government says its army has made a tactical retreat to prepare a counterattack, but it's clearly abandoned both weapons and ammunition in a hurry.
Not bad.
And Iran's pledge of military support could mean little when both the regime and its affiliate Hezbollah are still reeling from airstrikes launched by Israel. Though Assad also has the Russians on his side, and their jets have now bombed Aleppo for the first time in 8 years. Devastating Russian firepower drove the rebels out in 2016, and any distraction caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine may prove short-lived. Some of these rebels are back.
They're both saying it. Both sides are saying it. God, makes it very confusing, guys. Could you just start acting like normal armies, please?
By Turkey, which says it wants to protect Syrian civilians from the Assad regime. But nobody really controls these groups.
No.
And they're rapidly advancing through small towns.
Who's this guy? You got a wife and kid back at home in New Jersey, buddy. What are you doing here?
And villages towards the city of Hama, where an earlier uprising against Assad was brutally suppressed. This afternoon, they captured Aleppo's airport, thumbing their noses at President Assad pictured above the main door. Syria's leader is thought to be visiting Moscow, where he's no doubt urging Vladimir Putin to come to his assistance.
Oh boy, the begging and simpering must be totally pathetic right now behind closed doors over there. Please save my country again.
The rebels also filmed themselves releasing jubilant prisoners from one of Aleppo's jails.
Okay, and we're for sure that, I mean, it's very likely that a lot of these guys are political prisoners. That's how shitty Assad is. but we're sure these guys are all good to go, huh? You know, that's the problem with dictators like Assad, though, is that they muddy the waters so much that it makes it impossible to really tell. Because what are these rebels supposed to do? Have a new trial for and do evidence? No, they don't have time for that. But it's very likely that they released very likely that they released at least 1 or 2 murderers, rapists, something like that. Surely Assad was, the Assad regime was able to do basic policing.
What is an astonishing revival of Syria's long-running revolution.
Yeah, coup in Damascus. Yeah.
In the last few days, these fighters have ended the last 8 years of government rule here, forcing one of the world's most repressive regimes into retreat.
Yeah.
That regime
Terrible.
is responding
Assad is
predictably tonight by opening fire on protesters in Daraa province.
So there you go. The Syrian army just opening up fire on protesters. Why don't you go to war with the actual people with guns, man?
Into retreat. That regime is responding predictably tonight by opening fire on protesters in Daraa province.
Well, I guess if we're gonna, we got it now. Welcome to the gruesome task of who's worse. Yeah, this is a fun game. This is a fun one. Who's worse?
Though remarkably, the city of Hama now seems to have fallen to the rebels without much of a fight. And there are even reports of clashes in Damascus, the capital itself.
So clearly it was a Hezbollah skeleton crew barely holding everything together. The rebels saw that. Of course, they can see that immediately. They can tell the difference. Perfect time to take advantage of this. And the Russian economy is hurting big time. It couldn't be a worse time for Assad to be asking Putin for help right now. He's over here begging North Korea for help. Okay? They're talking about 100,000 North Korean soldiers in Ukraine. Ruble collapsing. It's finally coming to fruition, and just in time for Trump to save Putin's biscuits. And you know what, though? You know what Trump could do? He could take this easy layup and slam dunk it in Putin's face. Give Ukraine everything. I don't give a shit about Russia. I don't care about your Russian troops. Release the PP tape, bitch. Right? I don't care you got naked photos of Ivanka. I got naked photos of Ivanka. Right? But he's not going to do that, is he? Because of his casinos. Because he wants a fucking casino in Moscow. Damn good impression. No.
Bitch.
I'm a bitch.
Bitch.
Trump, leave me alone.
Bitch. I'm gonna come.
I love the crowd. Every time the crowd.
Well, joining me now is Fouad Syed Issa, who's a Syrian activist and founder of Violet, an organisation which supports human rights and refugees.
Okay, so maybe this guy can give us some clarity on. I don't know. Is there any? Is there any good going to be coming from this, or is this just one, disgusting theocratic, extremist regime replacing, this dynasty, this Assad dynasty,
In Syria. Fouad, I know you're in touch with people in Aleppo and other cities in Syria. What are they telling you about what is going on the ground?
Yeah, thank you so much. Actually, our team in Violet arrived to Aleppo this morning, and they start their response from the early morning when it's all...
Everyone's biased, but yeah, yes, that's what I'll call it out if I see it.
Under rebels.
But I don't know enough about anything. He could be biased for, human rights. That's a good bias. I don't know.
Control, the Syrian rebels control, and many attacks happening from the morning with aircraft, the Russian and Syrian aircraft to Aleppo city, and it's a very crowded city. Around, 1 million of people are living in there, and the people are scary from this bombing and chilling in the area. Our humanitarian teams, Violet and the other teams, joining the city, trying to help the people and to provide the immediate needs as the food and the water, because the people were stuck on their houses for 3 days. and now they need the immediate help.
I'll come back to the humanitarian issue in a second, but there's fighting beyond Aleppo as well. What are people telling you?
I think the things are changing very, very fast. The news from some minutes that they also take control.
Sorry, just going to speed this up a little bit. Sorry, don't mean to do this, but I have a lot to cover today, so we're just going to go 1-2-5. Sorry about that to folks that find that hard to hear.
On the Hama city, the third city in Syria, and there is fighting happening in Damascus now. The things are just going very fastly, and there is something happening in the area. Then, and also all of Idlib city and Idlib also governments are under the rebels' control today, and also Aleppo city with the airport and also the castle and everything around the area is getting under the rebels' control, and the people are start to just understand the situation in this moment.
And so then on the humanitarian front, which is clearly what your organisation is trying to help on, you know, millions were already displaced since the civil war began.
Look, no offense to humanity, and you know, I'm talking about human rights right here, but I want to know more about the factions. And this guy is just talking about the people, the people that are in desperate. You know, we've already had kids killed. It's like, you know, 13 kids already dead just right off the bat, right off the tip. The kids got to get blown up, man. Fuck. I'm so sick and tired of hearing about that. Okay, Turkish-Syrian border where they displaced from. Okay, hold on. People are packed in Aleppo city.
There's around 4 million displaced people who's living in the Turkish-Syrian border.
Right, so we got a bunch of displaced people. Now they're getting bombed. Great.
Where they displaced from Damascus, Aleppo, and Hama city, and they could be returning to their houses if the things going well. The other way is more attacking on the area from the Syrian and Russian aircraft, and that will put us in a very huge.
Right. So Russia's already doing airstrikes, by the way.
And say earthquake of displacement, new displacement, because there is also around 5 to 6 million in this area, and if the attacks continue for some days, as we have the experience before, most of those people will displace to the borders, and then will try to also be refugees in many countries around the world.
Yeah. So I mean, once again, these aren't, you know, a lot of airstrikes is killing a lot of civilians. Maybe you're getting some of these people, and you know, they don't even operate like real governments where they're like, you know, they democratically are affected by civilian casualties. Talks about the kids and women's, how the men were the Jordan Petersons of the world. Where's the Jordan Petersons of the world? Who gives a shit? Piece of shit. God, I fucking grifter.
And a lot of people in the international community had really sort of forgotten about what's going on in Syria.
I got your invite.
And I know the international relief effort hasn't been anywhere near fully funded, has it? What's your view on that?
Yeah, unfortunately, the funded for Syria are getting down all the time from the whole government. And the issue is, those people are living in the tents from around 10 years and need the immediate support. In every winter, we're coming to very worst scenario.
So it's yeah, of course. Yeah, something's messed up with my stream elements. I need to fix it or relink it to my Twitch. I was banned recently. Sitting in a room slowly jerking to the meta category of dragon dick. Okay, why did I read that? Why do I read these things? Why do I do that to myself? He's jerking his dragon dick. And anyway, okay, so there's a massive humanitarian disaster. Okay, great. Got a link here from Blue Sky. From your boy Davey in the Discord, and thank you everyone else in the Discord who has contributed to the politics section. I got a lot of links here. Strategy member Chem Goblin, Davey, Woke Patriot, and a few others as well. Make sure you give yourself credit. Oh my God, look at that! Is that really the Woke Patriot just posted in the politics section here? Look at this. Is this real? Cover of Time magazine. I don't know if it's going to play out this way. March 25th, 2012. 2017. No, March 21st, 2017. So this is an old cover. Yeah, okay. I thought this was a new cover. This is an old cover. It didn't quite play out that way in Trump's first term. You know, he didn't. It's not like he helped. It's funny. He helped Zelensky, but he wanted to do it for Hunter Biden dick pics. He's like, give me something for the election. It was part of Peterson's unhinged controversy. Oh, what? Who cares? Who fucking cares? Throw him away. Anybody who actually knows what they're talking about and any of the subjects that he brings up points out that he's a complete fucking fraud. He does not belong in the conversation. Jordan Peterson. But anyway, big props to you, boy Davey, in the Discord. Thank you. These are the areas right now that these rebels have taken control of. Navarre's map of confirmed locations, videos from the past half hour show opposition forces, seemingly freely driving through New Aleppo's main street, implying regime forces have likely fully abandoned that neighborhood too. So, I mean, this guy doesn't even know what to call him. More shots of this Toyota truck. Syrian rebels reached city of Aleppo 8 years after being driven out. Let's get to it.
On the move at pace. For years, the front lines of Syria's civil war have seemed frozen. This week, they've shattered. These are the insurgent fighters of Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, listed a terror group by the UN Security Council. Since Wednesday, they've made lightning gains from the forces of the Syrian regime of Bashar al-Assad.
I don't know, man. Is that
Since
proper
Wednesday,
training? Someone in the military tell me if that's proper, what he's doing here. Just stop just stop and hip fire. No cover in front of you.
Lightning gains from the forces of the Syrian regime of Bashar al-Assad and his Russian and Iranian allies, seizing dozens of villages, closing in on the big prize, Aleppo.
I can tell you one thing, though. These guys are stone cold killers. They're not afraid to waste a motherfucker at all. You know, I'm sure our combat footage is filled with a bunch of stuff right now from these guys. They just walk up on a motherfucker, blast them, just heartlessly. You know, prisoner, taking people prisoner. Oh man, that is not their concern. Just sitting in rush hour drive, watching the local militia drive by in their technicals and bikes.
These are areas where the Iranian militia and the Assad militia were stationed and were bombing civilians. And now, praise be to God, after their expulsion from these areas, God willing, the civilians will return to their homeland.
You see what I mean? All this God stuff. You get these guys in charge, and it's immediately, you know, no more music, no more, you know, no more fun, no more joy, only the Quran, you know. And is that any better than what Assad was doing? Assad's literally throwing gay people off of buildings. You know, getting help from the pseudo-theocratic government in Iran. You know, trying to emulate Iran.
This evening, HTS fighters had reached the center of Aleppo, removing the Syrian flag flying next to a statue of Assad's brother. Regime defenses reported to have withdrawn in disarray.
So replace the flag even. They don't even want the Syrian flag, right? They want just a completely different Islamic. Yeah, okay. Yeah. No, I don't think I'm on anyone's side here. You know, maybe the Kurds. I don't know. But is you know, do they have a legitimate claim to that territory? I think they do.
From the air, Syrian and Russian planes and drones have been fighting back. The UN says 27 civilians have been killed in the renewed fighting. Aid agencies say 14,000 people have been displaced.
Just right away.
If the speed of this assault has surprised, it hasn't come from nowhere.
Okay, I'm going to say it. I'd get so sick and tired of saying Allah Akbar, right? There's got to be at least one guy that's like, I'm just sick and tired of saying it. I'm sorry. God is great. I agree. I'm here. I showed up. I'm not saying it anymore, guys. I'm so sick and tired of saying it.
Last month, the UN Special Envoy to Syria warned of the risk of a military, economic and humanitarian storm breaking there, while Bashar al-Assad has been readmitted to the Arab...
Gilded in gold. Look at he's coming down his red carpet. Gilded in gold.
Breaking there. Well,
you know, no, look at there's a gold sword. Okay. But just no love lost. No love lost for this guy. At all. Oh, purple stairs. Sorry. Jesus.
Bashar al-Assad has been readmitted to the Arab Leaders Club here in Riyadh this month. His key military allies have been distracted by their own concerns. Russia with Ukraine, Iran with Israel. Israel has also been intensifying its strikes on Iranian and Hezbollah targets inside Syria, further opening up opportunities for the anti-regime militias. The rebel stronghold of Idlib has, though, been under heavy attack from the air. This war, never fully dormant, is now resurgent. And even as Syrians in Aleppo celebrate tonight the ejection of regime forces, they know from bitter experience just how much deadlier things can still get from here.
Yeah. So what do I want? What do I want? Am I okay with a, Islamic extremist group who do seem to be legitimately resisting Assad's oppression? Do I want to see a break? Because I think geopolitically, I think it's better that Assad's regime is collapsed, even if what replaces it is more extremism. But it's extremism that disagrees with Iran and Russia. You know what I mean? Might be able to make a deal. Might be able to make a deal. That's what I'm saying. I got some great pictures of Ivanka. That's what I'm saying. Just more footage. I just got a bunch of clips. It's also Israel-backed extremism. Is Israel supporting Assad? Welcome back, Gorps. Folks, make sure you check out Gorps' channel as well. Pretty awesome streamer in his own right. As well as Rebel Phoenix, I believe. Rebel Phoenix over there streaming. Folks, if you're streaming, make sure you let everyone know in the chat.
It's being called a calculated launch by Syria's rebels. Despite a ceasefire being in place since late 2019, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham has launched its most significant strikes this week. He says the operation started 3 days ago, and they've captured the western countryside of Aleppo, the group about a kilometer outside of the suburbs of Syria's second largest city. The United Nations says at least 27 people...
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop pointing your gun at me. Holy shit.
...died, including 8 children.
And I'm telling you, this is super important. Yeah, okay, bro, okay. Yep.
Syria's state media is reporting that 4 of those killed died in the city after rebels fired at dormitories at a university. The attacks causing heavy losses to the Syrian military, with officials in Damascus looking to rally its allies to prevent the civil war from flaring up. The Kremlin says it's in favor of Bashar al-Assad's government restoring constitutional order as soon as possible. More than a decade ago, the leader launched chemical weapons across western Syria.
There's been combat, but no grand offensives. This seems to be an attempt to reignite a war of movement, and I strongly suspect that the timing has to do with events in other countries.
Christopher Mott with the Institute for Peace and Diplomacy says Hezbollah has been a big part of the government's defense of the country.
Does that answer your question? Fuck you!
Engaged in conflict in Lebanon, it has created a
Enjoy
gap
your dictatorship.
in Syria's defense. While international players might welcome attention being taken away from Lebanon and Gaza, experts warn the situation in Syria could easily spill out of control.
As we've seen,
that's the real
Syrian
tragedy.
Civil War previously, when it was more active, actually had a lot of destabilizing effects all throughout regional areas.
Kyle Benning, Global News.
Okay. Just more clips, more stuff here. Just want to give you just more footage here. Syrian insurgents inside Lebanon. Okay, yeah, so this one is actually, I was just going to show this if I was going to be rambling about this. Syrian, so got an interesting video from Sucumonius. If you guys don't recall, Sucumonius does a really good job doing military analysis of the Ukraine, Russia invasion of Ukraine. So it was interesting to see this person chiming in about this situation as well. So I thought we'd get their opinion. It's only a 3-minute video.
Hello everyone. So I did intend to return to Ukraine with tonight's video. I have 3 prepared and scheduled, but this one is quite interesting. So we're going to stick with Syria for tonight and return to Ukraine tomorrow. This video is Ukraine adjacent, as it does feature Russia in a starring role, getting a spanking in a different part of the world. First, this video here shows what is reported to be Russian and Syrian forces abandoning Hama Air Base.
Oh, baby.
Now,
you fucking love to see Russians in retreat.
I don't actually know if Russia does use Hama Air Base. Some sources online are saying they do, but I can't find anything for definite, and certainly nothing about Russian aircraft flying from here. So if Russia does have a presence here, then it's likely air defense units, or, even more likely, trainers and the like training the Syrian Air Force rather than a major military presence.
I see. So they're not fighters. They're okay.
But if Russians are here, as we can see with this video, they
They're
have now
specialists. You gotta get them out of there. They're actually kind of valuable, and you gotta get them out of there.
Where we can confirm that Russia's ran away from, widely reported on Telegram and Twitter, is from the Russian base in, bear with me, Sukhoi-Labia, shown here. You can see on this map that's been shared that the Syrian rebel push south towards Hama is bringing them very close to the Russian presence at Sukhoi-Labia. And the Russian forces have run away. Made a strategic withdrawal from the major Russian base there, heading instead to the airbase at Haimim. And I'm really going to struggle with these Syrian names, aren't I? Given the rate that the Syrian rebels are advancing and the complete lack of opposition so far, this seems like a complete rout. So we need to wait and see whether they approach Haimim as well, as that would be
helped in reference to what? I'm trying to remember what I said in terms of helped. Can you remind me? Sorry.
Interested to see if Russia abandons that as well. That is the location of a major airbase in Syria. Okay. Now here's where it gets even more interesting. The rebels are currently here in Hama. Some reports saying they've actually captured the settlement already. In blue is Tartus Port. This is home to a major Russian naval base and is Russia's only naval base in the Mediterranean, used as a repair and replenishment point. The rebels are only 80 kilometers away. Given the lack of resistance so far, I'd say this naval base is looking pretty vulnerable.
Yeah, Gorps. Well, that it's a good time. Hezbollah's wide open. They, probably everyone was witnessing, Hezbollah, removing troops, removing resources from this, to divert it towards fighting Israel there. So it's like, yeah, the iron's hot. Let's put aside our differences and take advantage of this.
Vulnerable. So, could Russia end up losing its Mediterranean base? I think it's certainly possible, but this may depend on where the rebels strike next, whether they're going to keep pushing south towards Homs and then Damascus, or if they'll strike west and cut off that part of the country.
No, and remember who we're dealing with here. This is, we're not dealing with geniuses. We're not dealing with, Napoleon over here, military strategist that has, complete control over everybody. The thing is, though, is that if it's not contested, if there's barely any pushback, if it's just skeleton crews pushing back on them, they have the balls to go far enough.
We need to wait and see. But certainly things are looking bad for the Russian forces in Syria. So that's it for this video. Hope you found it interesting.
Yeah. I mean, the bad guys are fighting other bad guys, and those bad guys are losing. Who's the real loser? The civilians, of course. None of this is democratic. None of this is even remotely democratic. Everybody is bad. So yeah, here we have Syrian rebels swarm Aleppo and take control of city, forcing out Assad's troops. Rebels oppose the president Bashir Assad, roam the streets, but a shared outline shows Syrian rebels firing guns in the air, honking horns as they rode through the streets of Aleppo's western suburbs. Yeah, which ones? I mean, we don't know. It's a coalition. It's a and like the things that these guys disagree on is like one passage out of the Quran or some interpretation of some specific thing. Oh, pictures of Muhammad are okay. Pictures of Muhammad are not okay. And then they splinter off. So they put their fucking meager squabbles aside if Assad here showing weakness. ISIL, who was involved in joint action, but that's less confirmed. I mean, who knows? And these it's not like you sign up. I mean, I guess there is sign up at some point, right? But it's you just say like I'm aligned with them. I'm working with them. I'm working with them. Rebels took Aleppo and be like, yeah, which ones? That's the thing. It's not. It's a. You need a PhD to understand the tribal relations, that are at play here. Yeah, it's just like Christianity. It's just like this isn't unique to Islam. Almost as complicated as the Balkans? Yeah. Man. Suburban neighborhood. We're here to rescue you. Bob, Bob, Bob. Yeah, so we already saw this footage in a different report. Two Bosnians argue over who's, and I quote, village stunk of shit more. How do you not just take a pause and go, brother, you know, I think they've won. I think they've won. Look at what we're arguing about, sir. Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar. God sitting around like, I don't know, man. I mean, it's like, you know, if there really was a God, would they let characters like Assad, the Assad family, do all the horrible things that they've done for decades, you know, to this country, to human beings in general? Your so-called God, he allowed that shit to happen. But now he's letting this happen, huh? Okay. They just found a tank. Squeeze that bitch in there. Just a tank chilling. Some good loot. Syrian rebels. Big upgrade. Nah, I'll stick to my Toyota. My Toyota and my antique. Free will. My free will. I mean, there's so many examples of... Because, like, if God does exist, he is the bastard of bastards. It is the bastard of bastards, you know? If there is such a thing as a God, I mean, talk about having power to change for the better and doing nothing. What lessons is humanity learning here? How many times we got to learn this lesson? It's all part of God's plan, huh? Oh, here's some hot footage. I think this is the Sun doesn't say who's dropping this bomb, but I'm pretty sure this is Russian airstrikes. Just killing civilians. Just make sure we kill some kids real quick. Yeah, exactly. Tisrael. Like, maybe God is, you know, if God, like I said, God exists, he's either a bastard or he's in a coma or it's in a coma or he's really cool with human suffering and this is just some, you know, this is part of the twisted plan. And like, can we talk about what the goal of this plan is? Right? Some big grand plan that requires a lot of human suffering. What could possibly be, what are you creating? None of it makes any fucking sense. And it's a bunch of fucking gobsmacking bullshit. But it gets a lot of really impressionable people to pick up a gun and do whatever you want. We're about to see it in America, folks. Maybe. Maybe. If Trump can get secure control over the military, he won't have to. He can just completely ignore the religious extremists. He doesn't need to kowtow or please them at all. Rebel forces claim Aleppo, strategic timing of Israel-Hezbollah ceasefire. France 24 over here, who does not DMCA me like DW does. Imagine being the aliens looking at the Middle East as a TV show. It'd be a great show. But it'd be too complicated to follow. You would need to do, you know how like reality TV, they have like a real scenario, then they edit it to make it more interesting and more salacious? Like, you would need an editor for the human show. You got to edit this shit down. Ain't no one watching this. The One Piece for aliens. One Piece for aliens. Yeah, the never-ending fucking anime. I got to the part where he's climbing up a mountain, and I'm like, what the fuck is even, when does this shit even end? And there's like 1,000 more episodes. I'm like, holy nuts. The Rubber Man.
For more on the latest developments in northern Syria.
Meanwhile, Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball whatever is fucking garbage. The fuck are you doing to Vegeta? Vegeta's like a cuckold bitch now. What? What? Anyway. God, they fucked up Dragon Ball.
France 24's journalist Wasim Nasser joins me on set. Hi, Wasim. So you
Killing
met
each other in
the
the most
leader
brutal ways.
of
Thank you, baby.
HTS last year, didn't
Yeah,
you?
exactly.
Who
It's a great
are those
show, bro.
rebels and what's happening in northern Syria?
All right, once again, we're going to go 1-2-5 here.
Tahrir al-Sham, it's an agglomeration of many groups. Julani, who I met, indeed, was the head of the Al-Qaeda affiliate in Syria. But they left Al-Qaeda, they denounced Al-Qaeda in 2016, and they even fight Al-Qaeda. They even killed the fourth caliph of the Islamic State who was hiding in Idlib. And when
Okay, it's even more confusing when the Islamists are fighting other Islamists.
I spoke to them, and I spoke to him and to others, they told me we denounce global jihad. We are concentrating on bringing our people back to the home and on fighting the regime of Assad, and Iran added Russia. So the goals are in Syria. And so what happened on Wednesday, it's Hayat al-Sham, but also other rebel groups put up a fight and made...
Okay, sweet Jesus, here we go. We got some actual information.
This major, gave this major blow to the Syrian army, but not only the Syrian army.
Look at this madness. Look at this madness. Why would this be in... Why? Of all the times for this to be in French... God damn it. Okay, so whose side are you guys on? I'm with, wait, are these regions or are these groups? I think these are regions. Yeah, these are regions.
To Shia militias and to Hezbollah, who is posted in those areas. All we see in blue here are the advancements since Wednesday and the takeover of Aleppo.
SDF, these are regions though? Okay, yeah, you're with SDF. Who's SDF? Is that Kurds? I don't know. I don't know who I'm. I don't know, man. Are there any pro-democracy? Yellow is SDF. Is that the Turkish incursion up there? No, Kurds. Yellow is Kurds. Okay. All right, so we're down with Kurds. Are we okay with the United States helping the Kurds? And once again, they're doing the same exact thing, you know, not the same exact thing, but it's very similar to Ukraine, right? Where it's like, help the Kurds because you're putting a thumb in Russia's eye. Welcome back, female eunuchs. Yeah, so I meant to do, I mean, my kid's been sick all week, and I mean, sick as a dog. He's finally getting better. So I had to 24/7 the kids. I didn't have time to do a stream this week. Sorry about that. Turks are light green. That's what I thought. The Turks are up here. I thought, but no, it says yellow, less fraction, Kurds, yellow. So no, the green is the rebels, Parla Turkey. So the green is Turkey. Green is the Turkish incursion. Blue is the contested territory. So this is what the rebels are. Yeah, and this is Aleppo's, and they're moving west. Okay. What's up with the Kurds? What do they? You know, how do they treat their women? How do they? Does anyone care about democracy? Is there any group that gives a shit about democracy or human rights? Anybody? Syrian Democratic Forces. Ooh, I like the sound of that. SDF. Okay. Kurds are, well, Kurds. Oh, my God.
You see, and Maharat Naman, even this map is obsolete now, because in the latest hours they even advanced toward Hama, and they took the airport of Queris and many other major military hubs and towns in those areas. And we have to see, we're going to look at the footage. We see for the first time they entered Aleppo at Saadallah Jabari Square here.
They're also very racist.
And we saw them this morning in the fortress of Aleppo, the citadel of Aleppo this morning, a historic site. We saw them at the Basil Assad statue here this morning. It was bombed by Russian planes, as you said earlier. But the most important part of the footage that we got is we saw them, for example, in Sarakh, the town that we saw earlier on the map. We're going to see it here. And what's very notable in this video is that those towns are ghost towns. since the takeover of the Syrian army in 2016 with the help of the Iranian IRGC. People never came back. So those people fighting today are fighting to go back to those towns. We have another footage of Ma'arat Nu'man, another major town where demonstrations started in 2011 against President Assad at the time. And we see in this footage, it is a ghost town. So this is what's happening, actually.
I don't think it's ever reasonable to be racist to Israel, but it is reasonable to say, you know, we're not going to be brothers because of the crimes of the past. It's going to take a long time to forgive you, your country, right? I don't think it's ever a good excuse to be racist, like you're describing the Kurds as being. I'm not sure how accurate that is either. What's the difference?
People are fighting to go back to their own towns. One another major thing that happened this morning, very important, is the opening of the front of Tadif, where we have other factions of the Syrian rebels who entered from another area. It's a multi-front fight, actually, against the Syrian army in Tadif. And we saw the Kurdish YPG, we have also footage, take the airport of Aleppo. When the Syrian army left, the Kurds went in. And the latest information that we also have footage of the Kurds in the airport of Aleppo. Here it is. And the latest information that I got a few hours ago, it's that the Kurds left and the Syrian rebels entered without a fight into the airport of Aleppo.
So it seems like is this a ragtag coalition of different factions of opposition, or do they have a central sort of...
At least he's covering politics.
Command center. I mean, could you explain to us what was behind this advance, this recent advance, sort of lightning speed, really, and what's behind their surprise assault?
Sticks.
This assault was prepared since years. And the hardest part of it is Hayat Hashem. Hayat Hashem is in command and control. They use, for example, explosive drones. We have footage how it began on Wednesday with drones that they developed themselves. Here we see. And we also saw them using small drones, as we see in Ukraine, remembering that it all started in Syria in 2014, the use of drones. And here it is against a Syrian army tank. And HTS also issued a footage for the first time.
Whoa! Hold on, can't show that.
Showing their drone capacity.
Presumably much more advanced than during the Civil War.
Exactly, because they have the human resources to make them better. And here it is, and that made a big difference on the ground. We have also another footage of the...
Asking what's wrong with you people, I don't know if that's... It's probably just the same amount of... I don't know if that's helping at all. What's wrong with you people? No, because they're human. It looks different from our Western perspective, but they're basically acting in the same way that we would act if we were in the same situation. Just Christian and white and different, you know, it'd be different, but it'd be the same. The reason why I'm looking for someone to root for is that, as you know, are there any factions that are interested in democracy? You know, so we got SDF. They call themselves democratic, but so does everyone, right? You know, is there any regime? Is there any group that actually wants to give the Syrian people control over their government, over their fate? And if there isn't, well, then we have to game theory this out. You know, is it, like I said, is it more valuable to disrupt Assad and Russia and Iran and Hezbollah? Is that more important? Because you know, Syrian civilian rights that no one's getting, you know, like in that scenario, you know, that's out the window. So, right, you know, not that we have any sway, not that I'm saying that the United States should throw its weight behind any of these groups. I guess it's been effective, though, in securing, you know, what is now known as Kurdistan, which is occupied Syrian territory, correct? I thought the Syrian civil war was done, but it looks like it's igniting again. Maybe, yeah. Is that you with Cornell West? That's cool. U.S. says though thrown its weight behind certain elements in the conflict. Yeah, exactly. It does appear, though, that, I mean, if what's being said about the Kurds is true, it does appear to be the most moderate faction, even though they are incredibly xenophobic historically. Syrians were always stuck between a rock and a hard place for a long time. It sounds, you know, it sounds like we need a Nelson Mandela in this motherfucker. Toot sweet. What you want me to answer with? I've been stuck here with half a life of its war, and some random guys ask me what's wrong with me. Yeah, exactly. No, don't be offended. Don't be offended, Unreal. We're trying to game it out, trying to figure it out. Right? You know, just throwing out possibilities. I'd say the effective way is just to wait until it stabilizes. No single group is a good. No, I mean no. I'm not that guy. Sometimes, yes, it's strategically viable to wait things out. And like in this case, if I was a leader, I probably would be doing that, right? I wouldn't be necessarily supporting any faction. Maybe the Kurds, maybe. But there are other ways other than sending weapons and ammunition to encourage one side or the other. So maybe I wouldn't send any military assistance, but I would be doubling down on offers of mediation. Hey, I'll sweeten the deal. Uncle Sam will sweeten the deal. If we can find some compromise, if we can find governance, if you agree that women have human rights, maybe we can work with you, right? Some kind of diplomacy. I know, diplomacy. Well, you mean shoot a motherfucker in the forehead, right? Woo! Yeah! No, I mean actual statecraft. You guys, what am I just? I'm just telling jokes, right? Right? Diplomacy, statecraft. You mean drop a bomb? How about a 2,000-pounder? Welcome back, Kanye West.
Their special forces of Hayat al-Sham and the armored vehicles that they developed also in the town of Sarakib. We'll see it
US
during the fight for the town of Sarakib. And here it is. And what you see is homemade. They made it themselves,
shit.
And they prepared.
Oh, shit. Dude, that's some crazy footage. Oh, this motherfucker said, fuck you.
And here it is. And what you see is homemade. They made it themselves, and they prepared for this fight. And very important things too is that the population is going back to their towns on one hand. On the other hand,
he's currently begging Russia to obliterate.
Julani addressed the population of Aleppo, telling them, "Stay, don't leave. We're not against you." And the person in charge of minorities at Hayat al-Sham addressed the Christian, for example, telling them, "Stay where you are. You're going to have the same treatments as the Christians in Aleppo," which I visited too, who still have their churches, still have their towns. So they reassured the local population, which helped them also in making this huge contest that quick without any resistance, actually.
Rather shocked that France 24 showed that footage.
Sort of capitalizing on people's frustration with the regime at the same time as trying to take control of more territory.
Exactly, and it happened now. People ask why now, actually. Because we're going to see footage of Russians bombing the town of Ariha at night on the 23rd of November. And this kind of bombing is ongoing.
Yeah, and that was, those were civilians. That was not a military target.
Since 8 years. With drones, with fighters, with the artillery against the people who are found refuge in Idlib. So those people were putting pressure on Hayat al-Sham to put up the fight. And myself, I filmed the footage in the camp of Atme, where you're gonna see you have more than 1.5 million displaced people. We're not talking about refugees. I made a mistake.
Wow.
Those are Syrians who are displaced into this area.
That's a refugee camp right there, or displaced people camp. These are temporary homes. Look at this.
We're not talking about refugees. I made a mistake. There are Syrians who are displaced into this area, and they were putting pressure on HTS to take them back to their own towns. And another factor is that the Russians that used to have 40 fighter planes in Syria in 2015, today have a few special forces. One of them died here, a drone operator, and they have less than 10 airplanes.
Gotta be careful with this fucking
based
footage.
in Syria. So they want to help. They hit. They want to help the Syrian regime, and they hit. We have footage of hitting them this morning, the town of Idlib, but they don't have results because they have very few forces because of the war in Ukraine, the lack of ammunition, and the most important also part of the story is that Israel hit Hezbollah very hard and Shia militias very hard, meaning that they weakened them, and HTS saw an opportunity, and this is why they waited for signing the ceasefire, and they didn't put up the fight during the war, for not them to be accused of helping Israel.
So they really strategically began on the day that the ceasefire between Hezbollah and Israel went into effect.
Because they knew that the opportunity will close very quickly if Hezbollah and Shia militias take their breath again. And so they used this opportunity to make this attack, which explains also the timing of the attack. We have footage also of Syrian rebels tearing down this photo of Qasem Soleimani. Qasem Soleimani, the head of the Quds force of the IRGC. Why? Because Qasem Soleimani was heading the forces of the Syrian regime when they took back Aleppo in 2016. So they have a long...
No, I don't play D&D. I will be reporting on D&D. I play a lot of video games that have D&D rules, but no, I've never played D&D myself. Maybe one day I'll have time for it. I doubt it.
Blood debt with the Iranians, and this is why
I should get some friends. I should probably get some friends and play, like Baldur's Gate, stuff like that, but, gotta get some friends. Then D&D.
Now, because the Iranians are very weak and not strong enough to keep upholding the Syrian regime.
Once again, very sorry about that footage. If you saw that, I tried to cut it off as soon as I saw what we were looking at. Very surprised, France 24 showing that footage. But very troubling. Those were definitely civilians. Friends are usually a good start. What do you know, asshole? No, you're 100% correct. Only asked because we're looking to make a Star Wars D&D theme, making the galaxy communist. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. I'm a democratic socialist. Communism goes way too far. Most communists don't get it. They're obsessed with the Soviet Union. They make ridiculous arguments half the time, defending Russia. Not a fan of out-and-out communists right now. Not a big fan. I think you guys are pretty much acting in a counterproductive fashion. Because, here's the thing about communism. We can't just say communism bad, ignore all communism. No. Socialism is basically a form of communism. Apparently, Marx used the terms interchangeably. So we can't talk about democratic socialism without talking about communism. With that said, to the people that are obsessed with the hammer and sickle and the little red book, and you're out here defending Mao and Lenin, or Stalin. Lenin's pretty. Unless you are a Trotsky kind of commie, I don't really have a lot of time for you, right? Communism is stateless, socialism isn't. And this is another problem when talking about communism, right? There's a million different flavors, million different definitions. Most communists hate the Communist Manifesto. It's like, okay. But here's the thing. Marxist ideas, Marxist thought is totally relevant. It doesn't mean we need to enter into Marxism. We need to enter into, communism or a communist version of socialism, right? Where it's like state-controlled everything. But it's interesting to me, in my layman's observations, that anytime there's a failure of capitalism, there's a socialist solution that people love, or people can accept as a compromise. So I say this all the time. I'm kind of a broken record on this. But when it comes to capitalism and socialism, I think we should just keep stirring it up, mixing that pot. What works? Oh, well, video games under capitalism work really well, right? Real estate, under, real estate is a good example of how it can't be too capitalist and it can't be too socialist, because we can't have the state assigning houses based off need. You move to Kansas, you move to Ohio, you move over here. That's ridiculous. Human beings will not accept that. But we also can't have what we have now, the complete over-commodification of real estate, of housing. So we need a mixture, right? We got a mixture, right? We don't really need a mixture with ice cream. Ice cream can stay capitalist, right? Video games can stay capitalist, right? We need a mixture when it comes to school. What are my thoughts on the Kurds? I need to know more. The chat doesn't... the chat told me some very distressing things. I want to know more about... Didn't we just have this situation in, Armenia or somewhere? Not a similar, but, an analog and an analogous situation, maybe? But I need to know more about the Kurds' legitimacy to their claim. I'm no fan of Syria, no fan of any of it. It doesn't sound like I'd be a fan of anybody. But that's geopolitics. That's, often you're given a situation where you don't get what you want. You have to, but you still have to pick a side. You don't get to be neutral either. So, Kurds in the Syrian civil war are the only good faction compared to the others. Not a high bar, by the way. Yeah. I think if I was in charge, I would probably still support the Kurds. But like I said, I would also be doing incredibly intense statecraft and diplomacy, carrot and sticking, to try and find a resolution. I don't know who I'd rather deal with. The Assad regime. If I was in charge, would I rather deal with the Assad regime or some random, group of Islamic rebels who have their own agenda? Because it's not like you're going to convince Assad to help his people. I second midnight. Yeah. I think that's where I'm at. I don't know, man. I can say definitively there's no good guy, bad guy situation here. This is very gray, and it's really about weighing out, okay, who's going to cause less human suffering? Who is more likely to negotiate with Western democracies? Because that's where my bias is at. I do believe in democracy. I do believe in human rights, right? I don't believe in theocratic control. So that's where I'm at, So, I mean, Jesus Christ, what do we even talk about here? Should we just Lebanon? Yeah. Start with Lebanon. Islamic rebels backed by Turkey, by the way. My friend is a Kurd. He said it's Assad or massacre by the other groups. Yeah. I think the claim that the Kurds have on their territory is far more legit than Israel's claim over Palestinian territory. We'll just say as an example. But I need to know more. I need to know more about it. It does sound like the Kurds used to have a country. More powerful opportunist elements came in, pushed them out of their land, and has been trying to assimilate them, like a bad piece of fucking food. And it just keeps coming up because these people are demanding independence. That sounds about right to me. Human rights equal how to get to heaven fastest rights. Welcome back, Sir Smoke a Lot, if I didn't say that. And welcome back, good guy Dari. There isn't any good or bad guys. Kurds compared to the others have done less brutality compared to the other groups. Again, not a high bar. Yeah. They're like 40 million. I mean, to me, it's just like, were they an independent country doing their own thing and another country came in, kicked them out of their land, and, that's where we're at. Hey, greetings from South of Boston. It's your boy, Lenny. Lenny time. Folks, go ahead and get yourself a snifterful of Lenny. Like and subscribe on that Lenny content. You will not be disappointed. Israel-Hezbollah war, Lebanon ceasefire explained. So I figured let's start off with this. We're shifting gears, folks, over to Lebanon now. I know, it can be hard, right? It's like, what? We're just, we're like knee deep over here in fucking Syria. Now we're over to Lebanon. Yep. They're connected. They're connected, right? Because what's happening in Lebanon with Hezbollah and Iran is the reason why these rebel factions, I don't know what these factions, these Islamic factions are taking advantage of the situation in Syria. It's all connected. And it all goes through Russia, right? Because it's all connected to Russia. Iran, Lebanon, Hezbollah, Syria. It's all Russia, baby. That's, it's one of the reasons why guys like me, who have crammed all this shit into into their head, get so frustrated with the right-wingers in America that are like, just let Russia win, bro. It's not my problem, bro. I don't care about Ukraine, bro. It's like, holy fuck, you just don't get it. And I don't have 6 hours to say, I need to get a chalkboard, fucking explain to you what the fuck's going on here, man. And you're just like, I don't care, bro. I agree with Joe Rogan, bro. It's like, I could choke you to death. It's like, you don't get it. In Minecraft, satirical. Can I choke a straw man? Can I create a straw man and then choke him to death? Is that okay? Can I do that? Can I completely create someone out of whole cloth and then murder them fictitiously? Can I do that? Is that okay? I don't know. You tell me. Need Katie Porter? No. Need a Katie Porter whiteboard? She's okay. She's just okay. But I don't know. I'd rather have 100 Katie Porters than one Amy Klobuchar. Big room, welcome back. Bro Gogan. No, Turkey is the mastermind in Syria. So it's Turkey, huh? Their little micro incursions. Just getting used to being on terra firma again. Yeah, man. Back from Japan. Or a John Fetterman. Boo! May his name never be said. May his name never be said. Spit. Puh. Puh. John Fetterman. Puh. Do not speak the name John Fetterman in my chat. Disgusting. Better than Shifty Shift? What the... Who? Who's better than... Yeah, Adam Schiff is terrible. I don't know. It's true. I don't care who you gonna say. Better than... I don't care. Who? Porter? Oh, yeah. Oh, big time. Yeah. Shifty Shift.
China?
All right. Lebanon. Come on over. Let's go. Let's do it. I know. No, I don't want to. Can you play some video games? Can we do anything else? Come on. All right. Come on, guys. All right. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see if we can get any. Here we go. Let's take a break. Oh, boo. What is that? Boo. Come on. Nope. Boo. I don't see any of those. You know what I'm looking for. Give it up. Boo. What is this? Boo. Give it up. Boo. She's just watching Kai Cenat. She doesn't even have the puppies out, and she's just watching Kai Cenat without the puppies. Boo! Is this better? Should we just do this the whole stream? I've not found any boobs. That's unbelievable. More commercials? I can't even get boobs. I got my dick out over here. Getting commercials. There's that one girl who just watches Hassan. Does she do it with her boobs out? Yeah, who's she? We should go watch her stream. She got her boobs out? I like boobs. I'm sorry. I know I'm sexist. I know. No. Boo! Boo! Okay, Lebanon. Sorry, I couldn't find any boobs. Sorry, guys. Lebanon. Israel war. Lebanon. Ceasefire explained. I prefer lung pumpkins. No! No! That's worse than sweater puppies. That's worse than sweater puppies. Ukraine, assholes, USA, World, Canada. One of these tabs is not like the others. Yeah, who do you think's in assholes?
Today's ceasefire has been agreed, bringing an end to more than a year of fighting between Hezbollah and Israel. We're going to look at what exactly both sides have agreed to in the deal, why a ceasefire is happening now, and what impact this deal has on the war in Gaza. This is the Hezbollah-Israel ceasefire explained. First of all, let's remind ourselves why a ceasefire is even needed. After the Hamas attack of October the 7th, Israel launched a full-scale military...
This guy is crazy stoked. Homie. It was such a misguided...
response.
How long will the ceasefire last? I mean, the chaos benefits Bibi. So the more peaceful things are, the more Bibi has to deal with reality back at home. So my gut is telling me not very long. My gut is telling me not very long because one of the big benefits of this Lebanon Hezbollah situation is completely distracting from the Gaza Strip and Palestine. And what do we see going on? Well, they're about to take the West Bank. And they're, sealing off northern Gaza, making that into a no man's land. Obviously, going to be colonizing that next. And I think the goal is to basically create the final part of Palestine will be southern Gaza, and to push the rest of the people in the West Bank into that final part. And it's Lebanon has been a great distraction from all that. But now, okay, if a ceasefire, people are gonna be looking right back at Gaza, and that doesn't help Bibi. Does it matter though, right? Because Trump's getting in, Trump's gonna give me the green light. I don't care what the international community says. The only thing that matters is my most important partner, which is the United States. So if I have the United States on lock, I can do whatever the hell I want. Finish up Gaza, finish up Palestine, then we'll deal with Lebanon later, right? Maybe that's the thinking. But, I mean, like I said, Bibi still has his own domestic issues, which I don't, he's a master at manipulating his own internal government's mechanics. But last time I checked, there was something that he was trying to delay, some kind of, he had to show up for court, some kind of thing he was trying to delay. The court rejected that delay, and he had to show up. But I don't know if anything substantive is actually going to happen to Bibi, because of his corruption and theft and all that stuff. He seems pretty concerned about it.
At the same time, Hezbollah launched rocket attacks from southern Lebanon into northern Israel in solidarity with Hamas. And in turn, Israel fired back into Lebanon.
I mean, Midnight, I don't know if I fully agree with what you're saying, but it's a rather moot point because Israel has successfully obliterated and gotten away with it, in terms of international scorn. The protests, his own coalition, the openly fascist elements are getting angry and they're threatening to pull out. Yeah, if he doesn't, but he's gonna hand them the West Bank. They're gonna get all the suffering that they could possibly take. They're going to be, licking their chops. Bibi's going to give them the West Bank, the extremists. So I think he's got them right in the palm of his hand. I think Bibi's in full control here.
By September 2024, more than 60,000 Israelis had been forced to leave their homes along the border, a fact used by Benjamin Netanyahu's government to then escalate the conflict. Israel detonated explosives hidden in thousands of pagers and walkie-talkies belonging to Hezbollah members, killing 39 and injuring more than 3,400 others.
And here's the media doing BB's bidding. We're just supposed to assume that every one of these people, that these were thousands of devices, every one of them were Hezbollah members? That's cute. Great job, Channel 4.
Others, many of them civilians.
Okay. Okay, maybe don't pause it and just let the fucking thing play out. Never mind. I take it back. Jesus Christ.
They followed up with massive airstrikes against Hezbollah command centers, killing key generals, as well as their leader for the past 3 decades, Hassan Nasrallah.
Yeah, good. Scumbags. Don't deserve power. Useful idiots.
Then on October the 1st, Israel sent ground forces across the border into Lebanon for the first time since the 2006 war. On the same day, Hezbollah's most important ally, Iran, fired a barrage of hundreds of missiles at Israel. And since then, the Israeli airstrike...
And remember, Iran intentionally attacked areas that they knew were going to cause low civilian death. I don't think... Did anyone even die in those Iranian retaliation strikes against Israel's overt assassination?
And Hezbollah rockets have been unrelenting. Now, after 13 months of fighting...
Effective at 4 a.m. tomorrow local time. The fighting across the Lebanese-Israeli border will end.
So pathetic.
So what's in the deal? The first stage will see the withdrawal of all Israeli forces from southern Lebanon within 60 days. At the same time, Hezbollah will pull back weapons and fighters north of the Litani River, around 20 miles north of the Israel-Lebanon border.
Yeah, right.
The Lebanese army, along with the United Nations peacekeepers, will monitor the buffer zone, with the US leading a 5-country committee to make sure both sides stick to the deal.
Okay.
But the fighting's been going on for more than a year. So why has a ceasefire been agreed to now? First of all, it's important to note here that Israel was fighting Hezbollah, not Lebanon.
Yeah.
The militia group has tens of thousands of members and many seats in Lebanon's parliament, but they aren't the ruling faction.
It's super confusing. So there's basically there's a Lebanese government, there's a Lebanese army, and then there's factions inside the Lebanese government that's totally okay with using Hezbollah as the country's army as well. So there's like, I don't know, it's kind of a Wagner situation, kind of, but not really.
And Israel has decimated Hezbollah's leadership and severely weakened its military strength. Basically, Hezbollah can't sustain the fight with Israel, and the ceasefire is the group's way out. Lebanon's government has been calling on both sides to stop the fighting from the start. The cost to the country has been immense. More than 3,000 have been killed, according to the country.
People often mention that the Lebanese army is kind of a joke.
His health minister.
That's why they can't do this alone. That's why they need the UN to help them out in a 5-fucking-party committee just to do this. That's how shitty they are.
A staggering 1.2 million people have been displaced, and swathes of the country now lies in ruins.
This is basically a ceasefire under fire with such huge losses to the Lebanese people, the Lebanese economy.
That huge civilian toll has led to pressure on Israel too, with the United Nations, the European Union, and most significantly the United States, demanding an end to the violence and humanitarian crisis. But there are other reasons too. When he announced the ceasefire, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu gave 3 reasons for peace.
סיבה ראשונה, התמקדות באיום האיראני. סיבה שנייה, רענון כוחות וחידוש מלאים. ניתוק הזירה ובידוד החמאס.
The deal also allows Israel to claim some victory. Netanyahu says...
So exactly what I said, right? This is done. Let's go back, refocus our efforts on Gaza, finish the job there. Palestine as a country, I mean, what do you call that final sliver in the God? Do you still let them call themselves Palestine, you know? I guess you do. I guess you just keep the farce up until another day, right? But you pretend, oh yeah, they can pretend Palestine is still a country in their little ghetto that we've created for them.
They've set Hezbollah back for decades, and that the 60,000 Israelis displaced by their rocket attacks can now go back to their homes in northern Israel. But some of them don't want to go back because they think the threat is still there.
Damn.
And that Hezbollah will target them again.
אבל אני חושב שזה יחזור על עצמו עוד פעם. היינו צריכים לגמור פעם אחת לתמיד, ללמד אותם לקח שלא יחזרו על תשעה באב.
And even some in Israel's own government are unhappy. Take Itamar Ben-Gvir, an ultra-nationalist cabinet minister. He believes the deal is an historic mistake and that they should keep fighting until Israel has total victory.
No, they want to. You know, he's part of the faction that was. As soon as this started up, they were talking about. Well, isn't Lebanon technically Israel? Isn't that part of the greater Israel? So yeah, he's totally a part of the greater Israel theory. That, you know, all of this is Israel's land. They get to take it. It was all the Jews before anyone else came by. So we're taking it all back. Total monster, complete nightmare. And yeah, God help us all if he ever is able to replace Bibi.
To keep the critics happy and get the deal done, the United States has given Netanyahu the right to strike Lebanon again in the future if Hezbollah poses a threat. And just 2 days into the deal, Israel used a drone to fire a warning shot at vehicles entering a restricted zone in southern Lebanon, saying it's committed to, quote, enforcing the ceasefire. For now, the conflict has stopped, in Lebanon at least. But Israel is still fighting on another front, where the level of suffering is even greater. So what does this deal mean for Gaza? In his speech, Netanyahu said that the Lebanon ceasefire means Hamas is left on its own, and that Israel would increase its pressure on Hamas. President Biden, when he announced the deal, optimistically said it could be a catalyst for peace in Gaza and across the region. But the last pause in fighting in Gaza was more than a year ago, and it only lasted a few days. While Biden says the US will push for more peace talks, the president only has weeks left in the job, and he's about to be replaced by Donald Trump, and an administration arguably even more pro-Israel. Trump has said he wants a lasting peace in the Middle East, but is unlikely to put many constraints on Israel's war. If the ceasefire in Lebanon is about returning people to their homes, north and south of that border, in Gaza, more than 60% of homes are already rubble. More than 40,000 are dead and 2 million displaced. While there is a lot of relief and some optimism after this ceasefire in Lebanon, as I speak, remember that Israel and Hamas have not even started new talks to end that conflict. And if there is to be an agreement to bring an end to that devastating war, as well as some sort of long-lasting peace between Israel and Palestine, that will be a far harder agreement to reach.
Interesting. Good report here from Channel 4. Quick comment on Joe Biden's age. I would be so lucky, we would all be so lucky to be as spry and with it at Joe Biden's age. With that said, nobody Joe Biden's age, even somebody who is, you know, still able to hold a conversation and all that, should be nowhere near the presidency. People who are as old as Joe Biden can absolutely still contribute to society in a myriad of ways. And, you know, and that's, if we weren't talking about the presidency, you know, there wouldn't be a single problem here. So that's my thoughts. Okay, so that's the Lebanon stuff. Now over to super fun time Gaza news. Gaza time. Woo, woo. Okay, so you know, the way that I do Gaza coverage is, you know, I just lay out really quick, just 1 minute here, just give me 60 seconds. The basic gist of what I've been observing is that Israel has no intention whatsoever of ever entertaining a two-state solution. In fact, it looks as if the two-state solution has been a delaying tactic the entire time. There was never, ever any desire by this Zionist government to to ever flirt with a future that wasn't Israel exclusive. I could have probably said that better. But basically what I am seeing is Israel implement a pogrom of ethnic cleansing of these regions. Of course, they're currently implemented a full apartheid in the West Bank. But basically what I see as the plan is, Israel will take over sovereignty of all these Palestinian territories and allow Palestinians to exist. They're not going to kill them. But I think what will happen is that they will extend the apartheid state across the entirety of Israel, and then they will extend sovereignty across the entirety of Palestine. I'm not sure what they're going to do with the Golan Heights yet, but they're going to take over the West Bank. They're going to take over, at the very least, northern Gaza. They might just take over the entirety of Gaza, and like I said, turn southern Gaza into the, final area, the final ghetto for the Palestinians. But I think, the fact is that they want to use Palestinians as cheap labor, and they also understand that it's an incredibly expensive thing to do to forcibly migrate millions of people. America's about to get a big taste of how expensive it is and how difficult it is to round up hundreds of millions of people, or hundreds of thousands of people, and dump them somewhere else. It's actually very expensive and hard. It's much easier to just take over sovereignty, turn them into second-class citizens, kick Palestinians out of areas of the West Bank that are like really nice, they're really nice areas. They're going to make sure that those go to Israelis, and, force the Palestinians into the least desirable areas, the ghettos, treat them as second-class citizens, and, secure. But the main goal is to secure sovereignty over the West Bank and at least northern Gaza. Like I said, after you've taken the West Bank and you've taken northern Gaza, why continue to let Palestine have any hope whatsoever of sovereignty? Why do that? If you're going to do the West Bank, just take the entirety of Gaza as well. And like I said, extend that apartheid system, beef it up, of course, because we can't have Palestinians have any kind of human rights whatsoever. Got to make sure that they don't rebel against their conquerors. So you got to make sure that apartheid state's super harsh, but you extend that apartheid state across everything, take everything, and then what? I guess you stabilize for a little bit. Then what? Continue the effort into Lebanon, then maybe, or finish up with the Golan Heights. Say, yep, this is now Israel's territory. Suck it down. Who'd they steal that from? Jordan, or was that from Lebanon? Who'd they steal the Golan Heights from? But yeah, I guess take care of the Golan Heights once you're, maybe do that at the same time, but maybe do that afterwards. But, Bibi's like, no, we're going to refocus our efforts on the Gaza situation. We're going to finish, we're going to final solution, Palestine. I know, but not in the same way. Not in the same way that the Nazis did the Jews. Not even close. Like I said, it's expensive. And it's really hard for the PR machine to justify, it's really hard for Morning Joe to make excuses for the Israeli government when they're forcibly scooping up hundreds of thousands of Palestinians and then dumping them in Egypt or dumping them in Jordan, right? So it's really hard for Morning Joe to do that. It's much easier for Morning Joe to paper over an apartheid state, to paper over the loss of sovereignty, if human beings aren't dying and being shipped around, right? If they're just being heavily exploited, basically used as slave labor, barely allowed to subsist in ghettos, Morning Joe will have no problem papering over that, ignoring it, and, speaking in the most positive light possible about that. But in terms of mass exterminations or mass, voluntary migration, as some of these Israeli government officials have talked about, it's a lot harder for Morning Joe to pretend like there's nothing going on, right? So I think that's the direction that the Israeli government is going in. Tell me I'm wrong. It's fine. But the reason why I say all that, and I know it probably took me a little longer than 60 seconds, was that now I'm just going to show you proof to that theory. Now I'm just going to show you, okay, evidence that backs up that theory. So here's the first one here. Quote unquote, Israel has no intention of withdrawing from Gaza, Israeli journalist Gideon Levy. So this guy has always kept it super, super real. Totally respect what he's had to say. I know it's Al Jazeera. Sorry. I don't respect Al Jazeera. I put them in the same category as fucking Fox News sometimes, right? You know, defining Hamas as freedom fighters. With that said, the person that they're interviewing is totally legit. I agree. I think about 80, 70%. I think he said some things that it's like, eh. But anyway, trust me, he always brings the heat. Let's watch this interview starting off.
Well, Israeli protesters have called on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to reach a similar deal with Hamas. Demonstrators and families of the captives held in Gaza rallied in West Jerusalem on Wednesday. Pressure has been mounting on Netanyahu to do more to bring them home. Police removed some of the protesters after they blocked a road. Gideon Levy is a columnist with the Israeli newspaper Haaretz. He's joining us now from Tel Aviv. So thank you very much indeed for being with us. There does seem to be a shift of focus to some degree towards Gaza following the ceasefire that appears to be holding in Lebanon. How open do you think is the Netanyahu coalition to the possibility of some sort of truce or ceasefire agreement or even a pause in hostilities for Gaza?
So I tell you, Rob, what is impossible. It is impossible that this government will approve any kind of deal which will include, like in Lebanon, the withdrawal of the Israeli forces. And as long as this is the case, it cannot be a real deal. It can be a pause, and we heard now about one suggestion, the Egyptian offer, to make a pause, to release some hostages, to release some Palestinian prisoners, and to go on. But unlike in Lebanon, in Gaza, Israel has no intention to evacuate the Gaza Strip. The northern part of
Trump has shown a weird appetite to posture as anti-war. I think, though, that once he sits in the chair and he realizes, you know, he can't stop everything on a dime, he already knows that. He can't stop everything on a dime. But once people have, you know, once the Republicans have shifted away from pretending to be anti-war, I think, I don't know what direction he'll go in. You know, I don't know, man. He's a total chaos agent.
Gaza is now totally in ruins, and I don't see a situation in which Palestinians will be allowed to get back to the northern part of Gaza. So the future looks much more problematic in Gaza than in Lebanon.
Is there a circumstance under which, if there was an agreement that allowed Israeli forces to remain in Gaza, but still allowed for a prisoner swap and the release of captives, do you think that there is a scenario in which that would be allowed to happen, which could pave the way, if you like, for some sort of cessation of hostilities?
Even if it will happen, it will not too much, because as long as the army stays there, there will be resistance.
Okay, so this, I should have gotten a more current, because this was before, because the agreement does stipulate Israel leaving this region, so this is a little old. We'll move on here. Like I said, this guy Gideon Levy, he brings the heat. I really like him, but we'll move on because I don't think I want to waste your time with showing old news. Israeli building new military dividing line across Gaza, satellite images suggest. So apparently satellite images are showing that there is that this might be the demarcation line, you know, between this, you know, this is the new Palestine that they're creating, the new face of the Middle East, as Bibi says. We don't know for certain, but I just thought this was interesting, showing that it looks like, okay, this is where they're going to split Gaza in two. We'll see. You know, Gaza City is no more. I'm curious. Well, they can't keep the name, right? What are they going to rename it to? If you want to read the whole article, it's right here. Like I said, I'm just presenting evidence to my theory that the two-state solution was a total farce from the very beginning. This has always been the goal, and we're seeing the kind of the final stages of this kind of grand plan that has started since the 40s, since the first Nakba. So this is really something else. I mean, you would think Israel, has come up with a brand new one, a brand new low. But here is Israel filled sugar packets with sand instead while claiming they provided aid to Palestine. I don't know how widespread this is, but you can't, this isn't just, the truck pulling up and then protesters getting on the truck and replacing the sugar with sand. This was done at the factory. So this was done at the factory. As you can see here, he's dumping out, packaged up sugar, supposed to be white sugar. Then that's what all these people are, they're there to, get aid. They're there to get some, supplies. None of it's sugar. It's all sand. My God. It's a whole new low. What do you say about that? It's a whole new low. Joe Biden doesn't give a shit. Joe Biden does not fucking care. Behind the scenes, he's huffing and puffing, huh? You coward bitch. God, he's pathetic. He's pathetic. And characters like Bibi Netanyahu show just how pathetic Joe Biden is. Catastrophic conditions in Gaza's tent camps as winter arrives. Aid groups are warning that more than 1 million Palestinians don't have sufficient shelter to endure the winter. If we're going to talk about Gaza, I got to show you the reality of what's happening here.
The tent camp in Yarmouk Stadium in northern Gaza. For the Palestinians sheltering here, it's a sign of the difficult nights that lie ahead.
We were affected by the rain. Our children were soaked. Our clothes got wet and we have nothing to protect ourselves, just the tent. 11 people are sleeping on 2 mattresses.
As the colder weather sets in, families start their day repairing their damaged tents. Most people here have lost everything over the last year. For now, this is home.
Here are our tents. There's no sheets, shelter, or clothes for children. There's nothing. There's no life.
The UN.
And yet they're bathed. Their clothes are clean. They're trying their best to put food in their kids' bellies. How dare you, if you call these people lesser than? How dare you? You call these people animals. I'm always amazed at how the Palestinians take these spaces and do the best that they can with them, try the best they can. And they, the way that certain factions talk about Palestinians, you would think, they're, swimming in garbage and they're so unclean and they're illiterate. And no, they got schools there. They're trying to teach the kids. Doing the best they can to survive, staying clean, staying healthy. And now the temperature is going to drop.
And says 90% of
They're not
Gaza,
animals.
2.3 million people have been displaced, often multiple times. Those who have
just
managed
like
to
us,
survive
human
the Israeli
goddamn
attacks
beings.
are now hoping to survive the winter. Without proper shelter, people are vulnerable to infection and diseases.
We left the north and survived the bombings. We left after the siege, but now the rain and cold are killing us. I've been sick for 3 days.
It's very cold. The children are sick, women were screaming, everything became torment, destruction, sickness and disease everywhere. The tents fell on us. These are our belongings. We don't know where to go or what to do. We are sick. We are sick and tired. Stop the war. Stop this war.
Last winter, displaced Palestinians took refuge in hospitals.
So the cynics would say to this man, stop supporting Hamas. And this man's, you know, do you think this guy is supporting Hamas? You think he's sending his money? You think, you know, you think if he had an opportunity to vote, you think he'd vote for Hamas? Oh, yeah. They all love it. They all love it. They're out doubling down. That's what, you know, that's what the cynics say. That's what the racists say. This guy probably hates Hamas more than any of us ever could muster. But Hamas. I mean, they're going to be saying but Hamas even after they have completed their conquering of the territory. Be like, you guys won. You took it all. You claimed it was for defense, but it's clearly you conquering it. Yeah, but Hamas. If we were to let Palestine have an independent state, we'd just be dealing with more Hamas. You know, they never entertained the idea that if they were to treat Palestinians, you know, with any kind of equality, with any kind of respect, that institutions like Hamas wouldn't have any legs to stand on. It also doesn't help when Bibi Netanyahu directly, intentionally supports organizations like Hamas to depower and defang the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. So that doesn't really help either when a very powerful entity is literally supporting terrorists to divide and conquer you. Doesn't help.
We are sick and tired.
Oh, but Hamas, you're an animal, but Hamas. It's just so pathetic.
Last winter, displaced Palestinians took refuge in hospitals, schools, and public buildings. But the relentless Israeli bombardment...
I'm not saying the healing could start instantly, you know, and that there wouldn't be any kind of problems, you know, trying to create a two-state solution, that there wouldn't be terrorist strikes and things like that. But it's got to start somewhere. And this whole idea that we want peace. We're really interested in peace. We're really interested in a permanent two-state solution. But it's this element that prevents it is totally ridiculous. Because there's plenty of history pre-Hamas that shows Israel had no intention of ever truly, substantively supporting a two-state solution. Hamas is just the latest part of this tragedy.
Bombardment has devastated Gaza infrastructure, and shelters made of plastic, blankets, and cardboard are the only protection from the wind and rain. Hani Mahmoud, Al Jazeera, from the central area of the Gaza Strip, Palestine.
God help us all. God help us all. Is the border to Egypt closed? You know, look up the Egyptian-Palestinian, look up the Egyptian-Gaza border. They have put up a fence, a 5-layer death fence. Okay? Egypt has put up a fucking 5-layer death fence to prevent any and all, yeah, great. I can't see the fucking photo at all. To prevent any and all crossings. So if Israel were to this isn't even I don't think this is an accurate picture, because this just shows one layer. There's like, this fence is nuts. Okay, Israel would have to airstrike it or something to open it up to then push the Gazans into Egypt. They're flirting with it though. Looks like the Berlin Wall. Yeah, here's another good one. Yeah, this looks like the Berlin Wall right here. But yeah, no, it's, if, you know, because, you know, I've theorized that maybe this is the plan, right? Push everyone into South Gaza, push all the West Bankers into South Gaza, create an untenable humanitarian disaster where you've crammed 4 million, 5 million people into a region about the size of 25 miles, you know, create this massive humanitarian disaster, intentionally starve them, you know, create this on the border, and then open up the border and let them pour in. That's sloppy. And like I said, it's harder for Morning Joe to justify that. It's much easier to just claim sovereignty over everything and then make the Palestinians second-class citizens in the country that you've conquered them in, right? It's a whole lot easier. Almost makes you wonder who provided them with the technology. Yeah. That's almost besides the point at this time, right? You know, I guess this is just me showing new lows, you know. So I've shown some Israeli company that's supposed to be providing aid to the Gazans, putting sand in sugar, in packs of sugar instead of sugar, they put sand. And here's the IDF burning family photos. I guess demolishing their homes, bulldozing their graveyards, shooting their children in the head with high-powered sniper rifles, telling them that they're never allowed to return, just isn't good enough. We need to also completely, this is very Russian in a way, you know, completely erase any memory that there were people here before us. Beans raid. Oh my God. Beans. Bean raid. Thank you for, I'm sorry you have to come in here during the horror show of the IDF burning gleefully and giddily, burning Palestinian family photos. I think my notifications aren't working. All these follows, everyone following me. I mean, thank you for the follows, everybody. None of my shit works. My main streaming PC broke, so I had to remake my stream. And oh my God, I'm such a loser. Thank you for everybody coming in. Thank you for rating. Thank you for the follows. If there are any follows, I do appreciate it. Back to the horror show. It's like I've seen hundreds of images and video of Palestinians being shot stone cold dead in the streets. This is somehow even worse. I don't know. This is somehow even just the next level. You know, look at the rating from one dying computer to another. Look at this. He's in some Palestinian's home, going through their personal possessions, digging out family photos, giggling and laughing. And what the hell is even so funny, you know? The bad guys have won. The bad guys have won. The BB is planning to be involved in Saudi's NEOM project, which is wild. Yeah, that project is pretty nuts. They're dumping a lot of money into it. I mean, creating a fire hazard. They're in rubble. The building. You know, I think we get a brief glimpse. See if I can find it. I think we get a brief glimpse of the building that they're actually in. And yeah, it's just blown out, you know? Call the TOS police. Fire's not contained. I didn't realize the Saudi-Israeli relationship was that good. Well, the Saudis right now are it's interesting. The Saudi prince literally says, I don't care about Palestine. That was something my dad used to care about. But he's also in a rock and a hard place, because if he were to show support to Israel right now, a lot of his Arab allies wouldn't like that. I don't know if they would drop Saudi Arabia, but they really wouldn't like that. So it's interesting that the Saudi crown prince is pretending to give a shit about Palestine. What he's doing, he's just waiting it out. He's waiting for Israel to finish this pogrom in Palestine, and then they'll start normalizing relations as soon as possible. I think literally the only thing the Saudi crown prince cares about is money. I think that supersedes literally everything else. Money and shitting on runaways, I guess, literally. The Saudis are frothing at the mouth to finance the rebuild. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. The Israeli rebuilding. Yeah, sure. Maybe. Yeah, look at us rebuilding Gaza. Isn't it great? So, like I said, just more evidence of... thanks again, Beans. Thanks again for the raid, by the way. I haven't forgot about you. Big props. Thank you for all those follows. But here's more evidence of what I'm talking about, that, you know, the two-state solution is not only dead, it's been a farce from the very beginning. Israeli Minister Bezalel Smotrich says Israel can empty half of Gaza through, quote-unquote, voluntary immigration, which is get on this bus or I kill you. Or I've made the situation so there's no food, there's no medical help, there's no assistance whatsoever. But here's an oasis. Here's a bus to take you out, to immigrate you to a different country. Smotrich has called for an aggressively expansionist Israeli policy, and last month said the country should expand little by little until its borders reach Damascus. And yeah, and you know, usually if there was a pro-Israeli person in the chat, they would say, "Oh, he's not really that high up in government. Oh, he's just an extremist that's talking shit. He doesn't really reflect the thoughts and opinions of the Israeli government." And to that I say bullshit. I do think that Bibi Netanyahu is moderating how far they go, but I think he fundamentally agrees with the greater Israel theory. He just disagrees on the timing of it. He's like, no, wait it out. You know, we're going to have the support of America to the end of this. We got lots of time. But he's got extremists like this and this guy in Ben Gvir who are like, do it now, kill them all, kill them all, kill them all. I mean, almost literally, you know. So I think that's the real conflict. Bibi basically, like I said, agrees with the plan. He just doesn't agree with how expedient he wants to be. Right? Just reminded that some Romanians who want to unify with Moldova, yeah. You know, Moldova deserves independence from Russia. They don't deserve that. Yeah, so don't be afraid of the word occupy. Unnegotiable. They're signaling I have to finish this up, trying to scare me about costs and all that nonsense. But no, there's no bigger lie than this. It doesn't cost that much money to occupy and starve a population to force them to leave. It's not that expensive, guys. I mean, really, how expensive was it for the United States to kill all the Native Americans, right? I mean, small price to pay. What am I? Who am I? Debbie Downer from SNL. Would drop bits if I could. Hey, thank you, Profiley Face. Appreciate it. Watched the clip of Bibi claiming WMD in Iraq, which I didn't know before. I'll be working on the monetization soon. Once I start doing more, I mean, I do a stream every Saturday, but, you know, if I'm going to be taking your money, I'm going to be doing this, like, you know, as full-time as I can. Right. So you get the point. It's easy. It's cheap. No problem. It's voluntary because we say it is. And, you know, yeah, sure. I want to buy more garbage fuel. Absolutely, Lenny. But yeah. And, you know, the haters and the cynics and the
cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
The pro-Israeli types would say, oh, he doesn't represent the government. Don't believe him. Don't believe him. Those people are mostly useful idiots because I think a lot of them actually do believe that Bibi Netanyahu wants peace, that he wants to create some kind of solution, you know, some viable solution for the Palestinians. They really can't, a lot of pro-Israeli folks really can't wrap their head around the fact that, no, this is the elimination of Palestine. So I'm not even going to play this video. Fuck that. I just wanted to point out Canada pledges another $50 million in aid for Gaza. Yeah, pledges. Aid that won't get there. This is just rhetoric. Is Canada really going to do what's necessary, right, on their end to stop this, to help stop this as best they can? Not really. They're kind of playing a game where they have to appease the United States, appease Israel, but also continue to, what is the word, genuflex? You know, continue to pretend to give a shit about human rights. But I never disbelieved this stuff. I didn't have any illusions about the extremists. Wow, okay, so now you're not? Now you don't think eliminating Palestine is the only way for Israel to be secure? Yeah, Jared Kushner, boy, he's going to buy up that. I mean, they're literally already selling land in Palestine. They're literally already selling that. And I should have had this queued up for the Lebanon section here, but I think we've already talked about Lebanon enough. We can move on from this. Never believed eliminating was the solution. You still don't, even in the face of this evidence, or is that what you're saying? Is that you've come to the realization that the annihilation of Palestine is the goal? So here is an Israeli MP saying the Nakba was a miracle for Palestinian MPs. It urges them to go to Gaza. So believe it or not, there are Palestinians in the Israeli Knesset, in the Israeli government. So just to give you an example of how horrific this is literally like in the United States, say, a white senator telling a black senator that slavery was actually good for them. And some Republicans actually believe this. Some right-wing conservatives actually believe this, that slavery helped civilize black people, that taking them from their tribal barbaric civilization and then bringing them into the fold of beautiful Christianity, right? Was actually a net positive. Oh, yeah, I know some people got whipped, but it's actually been a net positive because you'd still be in Africa. So that's basically what the equivalent is here. And if you're not sure what the Nakba is, I believe it's translated, it's the disaster or the catastrophe, maybe. But the Nakba was when Israel, after it had colonized a small portion of Palestine. The Nakba is when Israel used the full force of its military, under the guise of defense. It's always under the guise of defense. Addicted to Mosh, do you or don't you agree that Palestine deserves independence? Anyway, the Nakba was when Israel, I think, exiled hundreds of thousands of Palestinians from their territory and started the process. Yeah, catastrophe, right. Thank you, Big Room. So here's an Israeli politician telling Palestinian MPs in Palestinian government, the Nakba was a good thing for you. It was a blessing for you. I asked you a direct question. Okay. Thank you, Addicted to Mosh. Okay, never mind. 2 states out of necessity. That's not what's happening. That is not Israel's plan. That is if you care about human rights, that is the direction to go in. But if you don't give a shit about human rights and all you care about is power, you would never entertain that. No, that's not what's happening. Well, thank you, Addicted to Mosh, for being addicted to reality. I like your fedora. It's very cute.
הייתם חיים במדינה בדיוק כמו לבנון, כמו סוריה. זה מה שאתם מקבלים. הנכבה היא הנס שלכם.
שבזכותו אתם חייבים ויושבים פה. מקבלים משכורת 40,000 שקל בחודש. So he's saying the Nakba is your miracle. You get to sit here. You're earning your salary, 40,000 shekels, $13,000. He's saying, wow, what a blessing. Look, you get to earn some shekels. It's just beyond insulting. It's the final stages of Palestinian representation in this government, right? Because the final stage is to kick all of these Arab people out of the government completely, to end the farce that cooperation was ever the goal. The land is ours. See, since the period it was ours, you were just keeping it warm for us. Yeah, my forebears were there. Even before you got there. I mean, smiles, right? Because they have to still pretend like they're colleagues in government. But he's basically saying, we have the right to genocide you. We have the right to ethnically cleanse you. We were there first. You have no claim to this. Palestine doesn't exist. And honestly, look, I mean, I know, look, they, smiles because it's totally absurd. And maybe they think, hey, we got a point here, but it's nothing. This is nothing to laugh at. This is the final stages of their participation in this farce. You are the hitchhikers who settled the land of the Jews. Personal references, right? So there, once again, the annihilation rhetoric, right? The assumption that if you give Palestinians any kind of peace or security, your children, if we let your children grow up in an independent Palestine, they would have been terrorists that have been fighting against us. There's never even, they can't even conceive the idea of treating Palestinians like equals. The assumption is that if you give a Palestinian any room to breathe, they will immediately attack Israel. And it's interesting because it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because yes, if Israel continues its extreme aggression and bellicose attitude and stance against the entire Arab world, yeah, the entire Arab world is going to hate Israel and maybe even contribute to attacking it. But had Israel been an honest actor in the two-state negotiating process, we probably would have already been, in Saudi Arabia normalized, we would have been well on our way to prosperity. But Israel wants it all. Israel wants it all. And seemingly that's been the goal from the very beginning. The unwavering support of the United States and Britain, to some extent, up until recently, tells us that, this has been the plan from day one. We're already in way too deep, and we might as well just finish it up. You should compare bombing against terrorism with fighting a Hydra with a guillotine. Yeah. I mean, technically, you can eliminate Hamas if you eliminate Palestine. We could have eliminated ISIS in Iraq or Afghanistan, wherever ISIS in Afghanistan. We could have eliminated all of ISIS in Afghanistan had we just annihilated Afghanistan and conquered it. You probably couldn't talk me into joining an extremist group, but killing my whole family, that might do it. Yeah, change your mind, wouldn't it? See, your children would have been used as a protective wall against Hamas terrorists. Just assuming, oh, you're Palestine? Oh, so you are willing to sacrifice your child to the altar of Jewish hatred, right? You hate the Jews, right? It's literally just as racist to assume that as to walk up to a Chinese person and start doing kung fu, right? Well, you're Chinese, right? Whoa, come on, whoa! It's absurd. It's beyond absurd to think that every single Palestinian, from the moment they're born, that's all they think about is hating Israel. But it does become a self-fulfilling prophecy when the only thing a Gazan or a Palestinian child understands is Israeli oppression. If that's been their entire life, is occupation, bombing, displacement, apartheid. You see how it becomes self-fulfilling.
ילדיכם היו משמשים כחומת מגן לחיזבאללה. אם לא הייתם מפסידים ב-48, הנכבה היא הנס שלכם. רוצים לתמוך בחמאס? לכו לעזה. לכו לעזה.
Go to Gaza.
לכו לעזה. כנסו למחילות.
Right? We've turned it into a living hell. And it's your fault.
חיילי צה"ל כבר ישיגו אתכם.
We'll get to you. Israeli soldiers will get to you. So go to Gaza and IDF will kill you? Who needs a mask? Who needs a mask? When you got characters like Joe Biden and Donald Trump getting your back, who needs a mask? Come on. Come on. Go to Gaza. The IDF will kill you. Imagine if George Bush said that to Nancy Pelosi. Just do what Putin did to get a brutal warlord who's loyal to your problem solve, no resistance. Yeah. And the United States is happy to work with a warlord. You know, the West is happy to work with a warlord. All right, these two videos are very important, but they're kind of long, and I want to move on to my next segment before I run out of energy and time. So that's all the Gaza horror show that you get today. Sorry, I know you want more. Oh, what? Should more pictures of dead children being pulled out of the rubble. More. I want to see more starving, displaced Palestinians. Come on, man. That's what I'm here for. It don't mean a thing if it ain't got that incredible Gazan suffering. Do-wop, 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 do-wop. Losing my fucking mind. Okay? I'm losing my fucking mind. Every time I cover Gaza, I lose my fucking mind just a little bit. Do-wop, 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 do-wop. Need some Shin Megami Tensei in my life. Yeah. Welcome to the quiet storm. Ooh, baby. Hey. Ooh. All right, Ukraine next. Ukraine, Georgia. Big props to Shin Megami Tensei South Day Vibe. Folks, this is the News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism, a.k.a. the hardest motherfucker on Twitch. Just to remind you what the hell's going on here. By the Allfather, those are a lot of tabs. This is an actual news channel. This isn't a suck me off channel. As fun as that would be. You got Vosh, you got Destiny, you got Hassan. You want your big egos doing jack shit, spinning their fucking wheels. This is the place for political activism. This is the place to create real change. Oh yeah, female? I mean, good for Destiny. He's got a harem. Good for you. Yeah, we're very professional here. God damn it. Now, speaking of professionalism, I'm going to play this news clip. I'm going to go get another soda and smoke some weed and then get right back to you, okay? That's why I hang out here. Lenny's number one, folks. The regulators in the chat, that's you. News Underground. News Underground. Regulators in the chat. It's a privilege. It's not a right. You got to hold your own to be in my chat. I don't want a bunch of fucking bumper sticker nonsense, some shit you heard off of Hannity. Weaponized ADHD. Oh, let me click on this. Wait, what's that? Let me click on this. Yeah. It's just literally me surfing the internet. I just open up a bunch of random tabs. No, but let's get this started here. We're not going to watch the whole 15 minutes, but like I said, I'm going to go take a piss break, get a soda, smoke a little Mary Jane. 2 minutes. We got 3 minutes. Georgia president says parliament, quote unquote, illegitimate as pro-EU protests sweep the country. So if you don't know what the hell's going on, once again, motherfucking Russia, motherfucking Putin over here with the Georgian Dream Party. That's basically the pro-Putin faction, the pro-Russian faction has unfortunately, because of their incredibly effective propaganda, fear-mongering, et cetera, social media saturation. The Dream Party has taken more control over the Georgian government and has created a massive political problem. So now, on top of a bunch of other moves trying to strip Georgian citizens of, their human rights, their liberty, now we're seeing the Dream Party trying to basically stall or end Georgia joining the EU, right? They're trying to reverse any pro-democratic move, pro-NATO, pro-EU, reverse it all, right? Embrace Daddy Putin. Be a Belarus, right? So that's what we see is happening here. And people are not standing for it. People are protesting against this. They see, because the Dream Party is like, oh, we're Georgian. We're Georgian. What's a Russia? Never heard of it. You can trust us. There's a lot of people that know exactly what the hell's going on. That have known since, 2008, when Putin rolled into Georgia? Yeah, during Obama, during the Olympics, I believe. Or no, the Olympics was Crimea. Sorry, I'm always getting those two mixed up. That was 2014. But yeah, there's been people who have known since 2008 what the fucking score is, what the fuck was going on in Georgia. And man, it's really wild. Because it's like, I was talking about the chalkboard earlier. I was talking about, trying to have a conversation with like a right winger or even a left winger that, isn't really paying attention, because it's like, holy fuck, you're so wrong. I'm going to need 6 hours to explain to you the geopolitical situation as to why you're wrong. You know what I mean? But it's like when you see the Russian template in play, when you see how they operate, how they divide and conquer democracies, how they try to depower these democracies and get them onto their side. It's like I don't know. It's hard to miss. It's like they're doing it right out in the open almost. And you just need to be paying attention to see it. But if you're not paying attention, it's just like, oh, I don't know. NATO shouldn't have been there. Oh, I don't know. It's like, no, NATO was there for a reason. Poland wants NATO there for a fucking reason. And it's like, you don't, unless you dig into the history, unless you dig into the facts, you can't really see where the motivations are. You can't see why this is a problem. I'm German. I can look out the window. I want to see that. Yeah, about that German government there, boy, you're having some problems over there in Germany right now. What's going on with the coalition? What's going on with all that? You guys are going to be kicking out immigrants before too soon, I would assume. All right, but anyway, let's get to this little bit here. Just an update on the Georgia situation. Then we're going to be, obviously these Georgia, Ukraine, Russia. We're all connected. We're all a big family here. So that's the direction. I guess Balkans, right? Is this all part of the Balkans area? Hold on. Let me do this definitively. Balkans. What the fuck? Balkans. Map. What are all the, list of the countries that make up the Balkans. Right. Romania, Bulgaria, Macedonia, Albania. Okay. And I'm not seeing, right. Okay. Moldova. Right. Okay. So I've been avoiding calling Ukraine part of the Baltics for a long ass time, and I'm glad. Okay, now I'm glad. So Moldova is part of the Balkans. And then we got Ukraine over here. Okay, Serbia is part of the Balkans. Kosovo. Okay. All right. We're learning. Hey, do your own research at your own time, nerd. I came here for the news. Okay. Holy shit. Okay. Fuck. Sorry, is the free political show offending you? Sorry. Are you all gone? Has everyone left the stream now? Is everyone gone? Don't get me started. Immigration is a giant mess, a systemic mess, way too much for a news channel. Well, immigration is fundamentally a good thing. Immigration has the ability to make your country much stronger, much more diverse, much more culturally interesting, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Neoliberals who try to take advantage of immigration without really thinking about planning out the entire, people need homes to live in. You can't just bring people in to make a bunch of money or make a bunch of universities a bunch of money if you're in Canada and you got no place for these people to live and there's not enough money to go around. So immigration is really good. Uncontrolled immigration that, has a bunch of loopholes with no real process to naturalize these people coming into your country is a fucking disaster. And then, of course, we have the conservative version of immigration, which is sticking a gun in your face and telling you, get the fuck out of my country. That doesn't work either. Anyway, Balkans are the countries that hate each other the most. Really? More than the Middle East? Really? Are we sure about that? I mean, go to Iraq. Talk about tribes hating each other, you know?
To Georgia, where crowds of protesters are amassing outside Parliament in Tbilisi, a third consecutive night of protests against the government's decision to delay EU membership
I would say
talks.
they're close. Okay.
The last 2 days have seen clashes between demonstrators, riot police using tear gas, water cannon, more than 100 people arrested. The Georgian Prime Minister, Irakli Gorbachidze, has said the state would, quote, not allow a revolution to take place. He claims that his words have been misquoted, that the Georgia Dream Party is still seeking membership, but in 2030. Well, let's try and make sense of what's going on. Let's cross to Tbilisi and speak to Georgia's independent, pro-Western President, Salome Zurabishvili. Good evening to you, Madam President. Welcome to France 24. Great to have you on the programme. I want to start with where we are now and your position, because you took office in 2018. You've got 2 weeks left in office, and one of your dreams, one of your missions was to see Georgia as part of the EU. So tell me about what you're making of events of the last 36 hours.
Well, first of all, I'll start with saying that I don't have 2 weeks left because we are confronting today the stolen elections, the illegitimate parliament, and an illegitimate parliament cannot elect anything but an illegitimate government and an illegitimate president. And my mandate ends when the new legitimate president will be elected. It depends on new elections, which is the main demand of the people that are on the streets. Together with this new demand of new elections, what they want and what they're saying is that they're not going to accept that the Georgian so-called dream tries to take Georgia back into Russia. Clearly, it's not a question of delaying anything, because it's a question of turning around the path of Georgia and taking it to Russia. It's enough to listen to Mr. Putin or Mr. Dugin or whoever else in Russia who is complimenting the Georgian dream for this bravery of abandoning the Europe.
Yeah, well, Addicted to Mosh, that's what I'm talking about, how it's like, it's half-assed. There needs to be a clear program for nationalization. There needs to be a clear path to becoming a citizen. You can't just dump them in here, work them, exploit them for their cheap labor, but then don't really worry about or half-ass a place for them to stay and, an actual opportunity.
European path of Georgia.
Who is this guy?
And what is happening in Georgia today is extraordinary, because not only you have mass protests on the streets, and they're growing every day, but this protest is extending to every city of Georgia, which has, in my memory, never happened in that way.
So are we sure the Balkans are as fucked up as the Middle East? Listen to this. 30 or 150 or so identifiable tribes of Iraq are the most influential. So there's 150 different flavors of tribalism just in Iraq in the Middle East. I'm not putting the blame on Islam. I'm just saying, like, the George Bush administration going in there, hearts and minds, it was ludicrous from the very beginning.
And it's also extending to all the different spheres of the Georgian economy, the Georgian state, basically, all the ministries, all the main infrastructure, the central bank. People are leaving, protesting. They're protesting in the port of Poti, which is for the economy very important. They are protesting in the different ministries and social services. We have never had in Georgia this type of reaction of the society and of the different branches. The diplomatic corps, where people are resigning day after day, and that is the sense that this population is not accepting what the one ruling person and the ruling party wants to do, which is to take Georgia back to Russia. That will not happen.
Yeah, you mentioned those leaving their jobs. I think you would see it, I would assume, as a moment of hope that 500 members of the Ministry of Justice, staff walking out over this decision by Georgia Dream. You said something that is also eye-opening, Salome, Madam President, which was the fact that your mandate would ordinarily come to an end. And you're now in a position where you're saying it won't end because you're not recognising this moment along with the opposition. And so the question is, what next? Because you're now facing a potential impasse with the government, who is clearly trying to move on to put in place for the first time its own candidate, because previously, it's worth mentioning to the audience, it was elected by voters, and you are the second non-partisan president in the country. So where is this heading if you won't leave in the next 2 weeks?
Damn, she ain't leaving, huh?
It's the same way as the parliament. The parliament is not recognized. No opposition party has entered. It's a one-party parliament that has no authority, that has elected a government that is not recognized by either the population or the political forces. So will be the president, who, by the way, has been chosen.
It's so wild. It's so wild. Like, literally, while Russia is occupying this region, there's a pro-Russian party that has been able to successfully use enough propaganda to get a governing share of the democracy, and immediately starts dismantling it in front of everybody. It's wild. It's just totally fucking bananas, man. It's, I never considered how dangerous everything would be when I was, making my little MySpace profile, just thinking about the future of social media. Wow, the democratization of all of this. I never thought how eager large swaths of humanity, how eager they were going to be lied to be fooled. It's more advanced than that, though, because they don't think they're being lied to. They think they're hearing the truth. These ideas have been incepted in a very advanced way. It's well beyond Goebbels and all of his type of propaganda. Oh man, okay, we're getting way too complicated here. Okay,
for that job, being
don't smoke weed,
footballer
kids.
Without education, but mainly being a representative of the
workers will go
real
to Western Europe to work
pro-Russian
because they get paid
party
more.
That was created by the Georgian Dream on its left side.
I mean,
if left as a meaning,
that's a fixable problem. Sonakoni, right? Wouldn't you say that's a fixable problem? You can govern your way out of that situation.
And was one of the initiators of the Russian law. So it's very clear what is happening. And that is why this massive, unanimous reaction of the Georgian population, which will not stop, but which is not what Mr. Kobakhidze is trying to say. It's not a revolution. It's a request, it's a demand for legitimate rights to have new elections. Because those elections...
I'm really hoping that the saturation of AI will result in a demand for even more human content, that things will get so bad with AI that people will, seek out human content. Unless AI stuff gets way better, because it's like, I understand, look, there's a formula for Pixar movies, there's a formula for the Marvel movies, there's a formula for all that stuff. And they basically are telling the same stories over and over again. But when it comes to AI, they're like literally just doing that. They're just literally taking everything else that's already been created and just doing that over again. There's like, because you think, oh, there's such a lack of creativity in Hollywood. And it's like, no, it can actually get a lot worse. And it's it does make a worse product. Are people really just going to be shelling out full price for this slop? It's like, look, I get it. Like, Friends is slop. Friends is total slop. But it's not as bad as like an AI generated Friends. It's not as inane as an AI generated Friends would be. At currently. But that's what I'm hoping, is that there's just going to be, in terms of art, in terms of media, even news delivery, hopefully, it's going to be like, man, I can't trust it. It's weird. It's never right. I don't want to pay for it. Zeki Anime will train AI first. Ugh. Good. Ugh. Yeah. Ugh. You're right. Sunny in Philadelphia slaps. AI could never do that. AI would look at Sunny in Philadelphia, pump out something wildly derivative, and it'd be obvious. You know, the only way for you to actually enjoy it would be to have never seen Sunny in Philadelphia. I don't know. My worry is that AI becomes good enough to where that line is blurred enough where normies are just like, it's good enough. It's, you know, it reminds me of Everybody Loves Raymond, you know, it's like everyone loves Thomas. What if you're AI? Yeah. Oh, fuck, man. You just blew my mind. They're basically out of data anyway. Shit for stalling the foreseeable future. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. The lawsuits are going to be coming, right? Everything is like truly derivative of each other. That hasn't really happened yet. The big copyright lawsuit, you know, someone suing Disney or something for using AI for that. Creativity's on the chopping block temporarily and in certain sectors, Lenny. Temporarily and in certain sectors. There will always be human artists, even after the apocalypse, right? There will always be human artists creating human art. But because of the current corporate-owned media structure, they see dollar signs, right? So they're going to push this as hard as they can for as long as they can. But it's my hope that AI doesn't become good enough, you know. AI could do conservative. Yeah, AI would do great conservative. Yeah, that's actually really funny, Mosh. Because conservative humor is anti-humor. So, yeah, no, AI could actually do that really, really well. Lacking zero creativity, like, you know, repeating Rush Limbaugh jokes, right? Oh, yeah. No, that's actually really funny. All right, let's get a couple more minutes of this and we'll move on to the next clip.
Were not only rigged, they were systematically
Clutch Cargo, there will
by
be.
a Russian method that carried the elections. So we, as what you're seeing in Romania, which has surprised.
Profilely face, people will be exposed to AI and AI generated content earlier, but I really do find it hard to believe that they will be completely, it'll just be a light switch, right? Like the only thing we ever get is AI. You know, there will be no human created content. I mean, that's pretty dystopian, right? That's kind of the nightmare situation. If we are facing that, we should as progressives be demanding regulation that would prevent that. You know, if that is truly the direction where uncontrolled AI takes society, where everything becomes AI generated slob, we would have, as progressives, have to step in and say, no, okay. Our school books are not going to be written by AI, you know, like there's, you know, we have to encourage new thinking, you know, so we would have to start doing that. We would have to regulate AI at that level. We have to. The old beacon of humor, Limbaugh. Limousine liberals.
But you should have looked better at the Georgian elections. And that means that this population is going to ask elections. We are asking all the political forces and me as a president.
No, that's the thing, is that, you know, the current crop of mediocre slop on TV, you know, like fucking Big Bang Theory and all that shit, was absolutely definitely not created by AI, but it actually gets worse. It could actually become more dreck, more tripe. It could be even more trite, even more, you know, useless, even have even less to say, even more generic. And, you know, are there really normies that are going to accept it at that level? That slop at that level? They're going to pay full price for that? You're still going to pay your cable subscription getting that kind of content? You know, I don't know. Certainly with the current algorithms, yes. I mean, absolutely. No one really wants that because it's terrible. But if it gets just good enough, you know, are they really going to accept it? Are they really going to care? That's what I'm wondering. I hope not. I'm hoping not.
That's the only independent institutions. We are asking new elections. We are asking the EU technical mission that will come here to define what would be the conditions of the new elections, what has to be corrected, how the electoral law has to be redrafted to carry all the recommendations of the Venice Commission. So the road is very clear. It's not revolution, it's stability. And if needed be for this transition period, we might need to have a technical government.
You raise a number of issues, actually, that I want to touch upon, including this former player for Manchester City, Mikhail Kavalashvili.
Okay, there we go. That's where we're pausing it. But, okay, so just wanted to open up with Georgia here. I think I have... Yeah. No, I think that's the only thing I have on Georgia. Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. Moving on to Ukraine here. 1 second. Holy shit. So the protest. I thought I had footage. I thought I had footage of the Georgian protests. Okay, no, I do have other Georgia stuff. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. Let me show this. Syria just got interesting again. Yeah, we covered that. I guess it really does depend on. It's funny, right? It depends on the proxies in Syria about what direction this is gonna go in. But yeah, let me show some of these protests here. Oh, that is loud and annoying. But yeah, we got protests. Some people were getting their asses kicked. People were getting beat up. Mute the tab. I'll mute you, buddy. So as you can see here, police cracking heads. I know I can't make it go full screen. I don't know why. Absolutely lovely video players over here. What is this? Telegram? God, it's terrible. Fix your shit. It's intentional. It's intentional, right? Oh, we don't want that. Come to our website, give us the clicks, and then you can do full screen. How about fuck you? Maiden Square in Ukraine early on? Yeah, big time. So these are people, just to clarify, these are Georgians coming out against the ruling party. So the Dream Party has been democratically elected, and they're, they made a bunch of promises. Oh, we're not going to do that. We're pro-Georgian. We're pro-Georgian. Immediately, once they get in charge, they start dismantling Georgian democracy and trying to legitimize Russia's gains. In the occupation, not fighting it, acquiesce, give it up, acquiesce. Right. And these people are protesting against it. Americans should get really familiar with this, because this is our future under Trump. Oh, I got a mandate. Sorry, I was in Rush Limbaugh mode. I got a mandate, bitch. Grab her by the pussy. There we go. I got a mandate. What's the problem? I won the popular vote. I get to suspend the Constitution. Martial law. I'm going to use the military against you. Yeah. So I had other Georgian stuff. I just didn't have this timed correctly. In Georgia, security forces are dispersing protests that erupted after refusal of negotiations. So here we have. So I can't show you. There's one of these clips I can't show you. This guy getting his head kicked in by these thuggish, they're hold on, let's see if I can find it here. They're not dressed. They're dressed in civilian clothing. They're dressed like thugs. No, I'm not going to Telegram. It's not happening. Stop trying to make Telegram happen. Telegram. Whoa, so there's the cops right there. Yeah, exactly, female eunuchs. I mean, he barely won the popular vote. Barely. It's not a mandate. But I mean, good luck telling them that, right? But here's the thing, female eunuchs. We're not going to have to tell the conservatives much. A couple years into this Trump economy, and they're going to be in full agreement with you. They're either going to be totally silent, right, and no longer arguing that it's going to be good, that tariffs are good, or they're going to be in total agreement with you. So that's a lot of people. That is a lot of people. And, you know, what happened? Did the Georgian Dream Party steal this election? Like, I mean, I guess there was just more of them. Did all these people vote? This is a pretty big protest. Okay, so here's what I was talking about. As you can see here, unmarked, black masked thugs assaulting protesters. Right, so it's like, you know, beating on him. If you want to see the full footage, it's right here. I've already showed something I really shouldn't have shown today, so I don't want to push it any farther. Sorry, Jeff. My bad, Mr. Bezos. Didn't mean to show that. So I can't show that specific clip right there, but, you know, very suspicious. Doesn't exactly look like police officers. Trump saying he'll go 109 tariff BRICS countries will stop using the dollar. The whole BRICS threat to stop using the dollar is complete bunk. I don't buy it one bit. BRICS is, you know, I would like to see the dollar challenged. I would like to see America's hegemony. I can never say that correctly. I would like to see that challenged. BRICS isn't there. It's not even close to being there. Yeah, how is this coalition going to work together when it's busy stabbing itself in the back? You know, is that how they're connected? Each one has a knife in each other's back, and they're just, you know, that's kind of a gross human centipede. Only Russia and Iran, so they'll do it. Yeah, it's just not ready. The tankies talking about BRICS is gonna get you. BRICS is gonna get you. It's like, okay, yeah, keep dreaming. If you put sanctions on the entire world, then you actually only sanctioning yourself. True, isolationism is kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy a little bit there, isn't it? Former years of Americans on the internet not believing euro and Poland are worth more than the dollar, or euro and the pound. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the end result of all this is a weaker dollar. If Trump does what he's promising, the end result will be a weaker dollar. No doubt about it. And Russia and China will be pleased to high heaven. Okay, so I literally had 2 interviews with the same woman queued up, so we're not going to do that. Sorry. Right. Cyprus is in the news, and I was like, what the hell? Cyprus? Where the hell is that? So Cyprus eyes future NATO membership amid U.S. talks to boost military standards. So I was like, why would Cyprus want to do this? So then I looked up where the hell Cyprus is, and now it makes a lot of sense. I love the USA. Do you now? The president of Mexico clapping back at Trump saying most of the guns the cartels have are from the U.S. Yeah, in my asshole section, I have... Hold on. I have a pretty funny thing here. Yeah. Mexico suggests it would impose its own tariffs to retaliate against any Trump tariffs. It's going to be a trade war. Literally. No one wins. No one wins. Trump thinks he's going to, like, leverage this to make people, you know, take terrible deals where the United States is number one on top. It's not going to happen. Fuck politics. Politics will fuck you. You continue to ignore it. I think if you live in Russia, then you know it better than any of us. I think Russia needs to get the fuck out of Ukraine immediately. Mexico will build the wall this time. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. But no, check it out. So Cyprus eyes future. Okay. We're not standing for this one bit. Not even one fucking second. When I have some fucking Russian cackling and laughing. Okay. Not happening. I want to give him one more thing to say, though. Mexico will build a wall and make the U.S. pay for it. Boy, wouldn't that be something? But no, Cyprus eyes future NATO membership amid U.S. talks to build military standards. So here's why. Look at where Cyprus is. Fucking Lebanon, Syria, Turkey, Israel, Jordan. They're like, oh, hey, can I get some of that NATO? Can I get some of that NATO, please? So that's pretty interesting. Cyprus may seek NATO membership once its armed forces receive the necessary training and equipment with U.S. support to bring them to the military alliance's standards. So yeah, and NATO, this is like good. This is good land. This is good territory for NATO. You know, look at all the Middle Eastern countries in close proximity to Cyprus over here. Oh yeah, baby. This is choice real estate right here. Ukraine for Russia is like Mexico for USA. Okay, I was really hoping you were going to say something funnier than just that. The fuck out of my fucking chat, you piece of shit. Do you even have fucking working plumbing? There are already 3 British military bases on Cyprus. Interesting. Well, they're already NATO members. So it's basically already a pro-Western military satellite anyway, but the Cyprus government just kind of wants to seal the deal. The development signals a shift from Cyprus' long-standing policy of neutrality dating back to the Cold War. They're neutral, but they got British bases. That's cute. Yeah, super neutral. And follows... Oh, come on with this. Shut up. That's not a word. Nikos. Shut up. How do you say that fucking thing? Say it. How do you say it?
Hello. Dr. F. Hanslang here.
Say
the
his name.
Cypriot politician became the president of Cyprus in 2023.
Right.
He is known for his role in the country's diplomacy.
Okay.
In Greek, his name is pronounced Nikos Christodoulidis.
Christodoulidis.
Nikos Christodoulidis.
Christodoulidis. Oh, that's okay. That actually is pretty easy to say. Nikos Christodoulidis. All right. And follows Christodoulidis' meeting with U.S. President Joe Biden in Washington last month. While acknowledging that Cyprus cannot currently join NATO due to objections that Turkey would raise, Christodoulidis emphasized the importance of upgrading the Cypriot National Guard's defensive capabilities with U.S. assistance. Quote, "We don't want the National Guard to lose such opportunities," he said, adding that Cyprus is in discussions with the U.S. on the issue. Quote, "When everything is in place, the Cyprus Republic can become a member state of NATO." Interesting. Turkey does not recognize the Republic of Cyprus's government. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Shut up, Turkey. Shut up, Erdogan, which is based in the Greek Cypriot southern part of the ethnically divided island and maintains 3,500 troops in the Turkish-occupied northern part of the island. So isn't that cute, man? They all, this is another Taiwan situation, huh? That's really cute. Oh, Turkey doesn't recognize it. What kind of goodies do we have to give Erdogan? How many fucking fighter jets do we have to give Erdogan for him to get off Cyprus's back? I don't believe a single fucking thing that guy says, ever. Yeah. All right. I should probably read the whole article, but I'm a professional. No. Okay. Here we go. Ukraine time. Ukraine news. Russia, Ukraine. Anything, Russia related is Ukraine related. We're seeing a lot of moving and shaking, shifting of the chairs. There's a new appointment, Ukrainian ground forces commander getting switched out. I don't really think any of this is particularly like a sign of failure. I think, shifting around, changing some positions is a good idea. Here's the article, by the way, if you want to read the previous article. So I don't necessarily disagree with this, and I don't think it's a sign of like desperation or anything. One thing I will say, though, and I have a couple articles in here that points to some things that I'm very disappointed in Zelensky and Ukrainian government. And there just hasn't been enough done to slow down and stymie corruption. And I know it's like very privileged, coming from a Western perspective, incredibly corrupt United States government, incredibly corrupt Canadian government. But it's shocking to me that there's resources that could be going to the front line that are being squandered. That's my big thing. It's like, okay, whatever, a guy, has an addiction to hookers, okay, and he's like using government money to buy some hookers. It's like, okay, whatever. I'm not tripping about that too much. I'm tripping about the weapons, the ammunition, the logistics, the still talking in a positive sense, about, letting Russia take over certain parts of Ukraine, speaking in soft defeatist tones still within the Ukrainian government. There are wide changes happening in the army right now to root out corruption. Yeah. Zelensky offered, we're going to talk about Joe Rogan probably tomorrow or something. I don't think I'll have time to get to my assholes today, but I got a big O section in my assholes tab for Joe Rogan. Don't you fucking worry. No, not about corruption. Okay. But anyway, I'm not going to play the video, but the structure of the army, okay. But so we're just seeing some things changing around the Ukrainian military. Okay. This interview is very important. I've already listened to the whole thing. Trigger warning. If you're pro-Ukrainian, trigger warning. The host is British. He is probably one of the most sardonic motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life. He's speaking sarcastically, and it's impossible to tell because this guy's super British. I don't think he's being negative to Ukraine. I don't think he has a negative Ukraine bias. In fact, I think he is actually pointing out some of the misconceptions in Western media, the defeatism in Western media. I think he was speaking sarcastically, pointing that out. But I'm just telling you that this guy sounds very flippant. He sounds very cynical about Ukraine and about what's happening. But he's actually interviewing somebody who keeps it stone cold real, tells you the real situation, points out the fallacy in the Telegram article. That there's a Telegram article that's going to be referenced that's basically Ukraine is okay giving up territory to Putin, which is not technically true. That's not actually what Zelensky is offering. But that doesn't matter to the Telegram, because that's the narrative that they want is that Ukraine's going to give it up. Ukraine's going to give it up. The person that he's interviewing is totally on point. Totally, like I listened to the whole thing very carefully because this was like, oh, this is a really good interview. So we're gonna listen to the whole thing uninterrupted. Okay, I'm gonna try not to pause it. I need coffee. I need to go make some fucking coffee. So I'm gonna make some coffee. But I'll come back. We'll discuss once the 7 minutes is up. It's really solid stuff. Perfectly explains the current situation. And like I said, corrects the record, which no other fucking mainstream media is doing. I mean, you go to the Twitch politics idiots right now, and they're probably all repeating the same fucking Telegraph narrative. Zelensky offered up territory. Zelensky offered up territory. Of course, all the right winger, that's exactly what they're going to say. But I bet you there's a ton of left wingers who are just blindly going, yeah, that's what Zelensky said. That's what Ukraine wants. They're too busy talking about Hassan. God, fucking save me. Serenity fucking now. But what I'm trying to say is I don't think there's a lot of lefties that are actually talking about the truth on this. There's a lot of lefties that are ready to throw in the towel. You know, because, like, I don't know, man. You think, you know, there's a disdain for democracy on the right? There's a pretty big disdain for democracy I'm seeing forming on the left, being replaced with some half-assed pseudo-Marxism, half-baked, don't have a real fucking plan kind of shit. We're just going to ignore Martin Luther King. We're just going to ignore Bernie Sanders. We're just going to ignore, you know, other pro-democracy figures. Rosa Parks, I don't know. But you know what I mean? Like, we're going to just ignore what's worked. We're going to ignore the people that have brought us this far. The suffragettes, right? Another example. And we're just going to vaguely maybe kind of hope that communism comes in, maybe, I don't know. But give up. Definitely give up. That's first thing. We're done. Anyway, what am I even talking about? I'm rambling. 7-minute interview. This is critical stuff. Really, really good stuff. And no, Zelensky didn't say I'm willing to give up. I'm literally willing to cede this territory to Russia. Specifically, the debunking your points without having any real points, guys. Okay. I bloviate, I ramble. I need to work on it. I got to tighten things up. You're right. If that's what you were talking about. Zelensky, just real quick, Zelensky basically said, I am willing to temporarily, to no longer contest Russia's occupation of our territory, to create a ceasefire, to create a peace deal, so that, you know, with the idea of eventually negotiating Russia out of these other occupied areas. I am not saying Russia gets the Donbass, Russia gets every time her son, Russia gets her son, Russia gets Crimea. I am not saying that. I am simply saying I'm going to stop sending my military to contest them in their occupation. We're going to create a ceasefire, create a peace deal, and then my ass is joining NATO the motherfucking second a war is no longer on the table, right? Because that's the big hurdle for Ukraine joining NATO, is them being in an active war. So this is Zelensky saying very specifically, if the international community is willing to do this, this is where I'm willing to give up. This is what I'm willing to give up. Where I'm willing to stop the violence and negotiate with Russia over however long it takes to reclaim Ukrainian territory. I have not ceded this territory. And of course, this is a power play from Zelensky, because he knows goddamn well Putin isn't going to agree to that. Right? He knows goddamn well Putin isn't going to agree to that. I doubt NATO will let Ukraine join with occupied territory. But you know, that's what Zelensky knows, that too. That it's a hard bargain for NATO as well. With that said, he's saying this is what they talk about in the interview. It's actually rather brilliant because it gives Zelensky the appearance of letting Russia win. It gives Zelensky this appearance of acquiescing, because this it's actually really, really smart, because it's playing into Trump's game, because Trump wants this out of the way quickly as possible. If Zelensky can somehow make Trump perceive as Putin as that limitation and not him, if he can somehow incept this idea, because he can't just tell Trump this. He's got to kind of try to make Trump come to this conclusion. Trump, there's this slight chance, there's this slight miracle chance, okay? Moonshot chance that somehow Zelensky can convince Trump that Putin is the obstacle, and then Trump just goes hog wild, go crazy, baby. I'm dictator of America. I'm king of America. Go crazy, baby. Right, and he just lets the military-industrial complex go absolutely bananas. But that, that goes against the whole anti-war thing. Does he actually care about the anti-war thing? The likely scenario is that Trump is going to ammo starve. He's going to starve Ukraine of ammo, force Ukraine into a position where they have to negotiate with Putin, regardless of Putin's economic situation, regardless of all the other factors. The fact that Donald Trump could secure his place in history slam dunking on Russia. He could call himself like Patton 2.0, Wouldn't be very accurate, but he could kind of get away with it. Trump is going to do it. Still funny as fuck. Oh, what's this?
Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after I win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled, and it would have never happened. It would have never, ever happened if I was there. I used to talk to Putin about it. I've said it very openly. I talked to him about it. It was the apple of his eye. I said, don't do it, Vladimir. Don't do it, Vladimir. Oh, you'll be making such a mistake. And I told him a couple of things. He said, you wouldn't do that. I said, yes, I will. No, you wouldn't. And he probably didn't believe me, but he believed me 10%. That's all you needed. But I said, don't do it. As soon as I left, they started to form. And the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, and Putin saw that, and China saw that, and they saw that we had a lot of very incompetent people. Before I even...
This is the broken clock of Trump. This is the broken clock of Trump. Because... like it or not, and I hate it. I absolutely hate it. Yeah.
China?
Like it or not, this is showing more leadership than Joe Biden. Rhetorically. But that is way more than Joe Biden has even been able to show us. Do I consider America? No, it's about to be. No, I don't consider Joe Biden's America fascist, idiot.
China?
Fucking moron, if that's what you're trying to say. Yeah, no, Joe Biden's implementing communism because I don't fucking know what that means and I don't like it. All right, this incredibly important interview. Bidenism. I mean, because what is he saying? He's saying... oh, he didn't, he doesn't believe me. He doesn't believe me, but he only needs to believe me 10%. I told him, don't do it. So that's what I'm saying. Like, there is this miracle moonshot chance. And I think this is really brilliant from Zelensky. He's playing his best hand. He's playing the best that he can, which is he's really, he's the best leader for Ukraine for this time. So this is his play. He's like, if I can somehow convince Trump that Putin is in the way and it's not me, then I'm working with him. Because what does Trump hear? What does Trump hear right now? Hey, Zelensky agrees. What has he heard from Zelensky in the last couple of weeks? One, Zelensky said last week, Trump is going to fix this problem better than Joe Biden. I think he said, the war will come to an end sooner with Trump than it will with Biden. Right? Really puffing him up. He was one of the first guys to call up Trump to congratulate him. Trump loves that. Right? So Zelensky, that's slam dunk, you got 2 slam dunks from Zelensky. And now what is Trump hearing? Zelensky's coming up on his own volition saying, I want to give Trump the win. I want to make a deal. Muad'Dib. Reference to an older stream. Sorry, there's a lot of new viewers here. You don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But no, we're gonna make a deal. So that's like 3 slam dunks in a row from Zelensky, right? Puffing up his ego, and preemptively giving the win to Trump, saying he's a better leader than Joe, right? So this is his best play, and this is the best move he could make. Will it be enough? You're asking me to have hope? No, We're screwed. What are you talking about? We're totally fucking screwed. Hey, ho, we're screwed. Get down. Hey, ho, we're screwed. Get down. The Titanic sinking, baby. Got the band playing while the boat is sinking. GG. Look, I am abandoned nihilism. I'm not embrace nihilism, but I need to be real with you. The bad guys have won, and they've won big. They won the jackpot. Supreme Court says Donald Trump's a king. Western democracy is under assault fucking everywhere. Okay? There's a democracy's on the chopping block if we don't defend it, if we don't stand up and defend it. That's how real this shit is. I'm not sugarcoating this one iota. And if you don't believe me, talk to a Ukrainian. They'll tell you about losing freedoms. Talk to a Ukrainian. Okay. 7-minute interview. This is critical. I'm going to make some coffee. I'll be right back. I've already listened to the whole thing. This is enlightening. I have to play it. If you don't stick around, you don't want to stick around, that's fine. I'm not going to be gone for 7 minutes. I'll be back before the video's over. Don't get triggered by the host.
My question to you is this. Is Zelensky's proposal for peace an admission of failure? Is Zelensky's proposal for peace an admission of failure? 0345 6060 973, text 84850. Ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC. Joining me to discuss this is Lee Turner, former British ambassador to Ukraine from 2008 to 2012, and author of Lessons in Diplomacy, Politics, Power and Parties. Thank you very much indeed for joining me, Mr. Turner. It's all over, isn't it?
Afternoon, Ali. Yeah, I was interested to hear your reading the headline in The Telegraph, which, of course, isn't what Zelensky said at all. What Zelensky has basically said is that give us NATO membership, give Ukraine NATO membership, and don't compromise on the principle of Ukraine's internationally recognized legal borders. That could be the basis for a deal. But this is a really significant shift. You're right, that Zelensky now is talking about talks with Russia. And my take on this is that it's a considered intervention from Zelensky to prepare the ground for a President Trump who's coming in on the 25th of January, remember, and a likely push from Trump and pressure from Trump to have discussions with Russia and to reach a deal of some kind. So Zelensky is trying to sketch out some red lines. I wonder also whether he may even be trying to make it look a bit more like a Russian victory because, of course, if we're going to have a deal, we have to have a deal that's acceptable to both sides. And Putin has lost, by various estimates, up to 600,000 people killed and seriously injured. He can't walk away from this without it looking like a victory for Russia. And at the same time, Zelensky can't give up Ukrainian land permanently. There's an important adjective in there that you put in when you were reading out the Telegraph report as a whole that talked about temporarily giving up land and trying to negotiate to get it back. So we're in quite a new situation, and I would confidently predict that we will get a very hardline response from Russia.
Simply, Steve, you're totally right. Yeah, we are in the future where Biff Tanner won. Marty wasn't able to take away the almanac. we're just in his fucking world, okay? Trump will favor Putin. That's what you think?
Also trying to set out its red lines. They will say there can be no question of NATO membership for Ukraine. They've been saying that from the start. They've been trying to stop it from happening. They will make maximalist demands about territory and so on. And so we will see a negotiation perhaps begin. And the key question in all this will be, whatever happens, what kind of security guarantees is Ukraine going to get?
Do you think it's at all realistic that Ukraine is going to be given NATO membership? We know that carrot has been dangled for years, has never come to pass, and I suspect it's never come to pass for good reason, that the West doesn't want to spill Western blood in defence of Ukraine. I mean, that's the reality, isn't it?
Back in 2008 at the Bucharest summit, the question of NATO membership for Ukraine was discussed. That was the last time, actually, it was seriously discussed. And NATO said, no, you can't become a member of NATO, sorry, because some countries, notably France and Germany, were dead against it, and they thought it might provoke Russia. Unfortunately, attempts not to provoke Russia have been completely unsuccessful, and despite NATO membership being ruled out in 2008, Russia still attacked.
So tired of that fucking argument. You got Russia escalating all over the place, dragging North Korea into their wars, fucking up Africa. France and Germany. Oh, I don't know, guys. We should be careful. You know, Russia doing everything that they can. You know, cyber trying to, you know, propagandize and destroy every one of these Western democracies everywhere. Russia is trying every country, right, to varying success. But it's a threat, guys. It's a threat to your stability. Accept it, you know? Like, what do you gotta see, man? What do you gotta see at this point if you're a world leader? How many more examples do you have to see before you're convinced that you're legitimately under threat? I'm not saying go full McCarthyite, but use some common sense here. And at the very least, let Ukraine do your job for you.
In 2014, again in 2022. So I wouldn't say never, but it's going to be a very big ask to get NATO membership for Ukraine.
Indeed, you say it's going to be a big ask, and it is, because all 32 NATO member countries need to agree to it. We know that President Trump isn't the biggest fan of NATO. He's chastised NATO, a lot of NATO states, for not spending the 2.5% on GDP, thinks they're basking under the American security umbrella. So the backdrop is not exactly great. What does this mean for the West? If Zelensky has clocked, and he's a comedian, but he's an astute comedian, that basically the game's up with Trump coming into the White House. He hasn't got.
I mean, I kind of disagree on this. We're still calling him a comedian, really? I mean, fuck you. You know, at this point. Okay, I told you not to get triggered by this guy, and here I am getting triggered. But no, I gotta pause the video. Fuck you, bitch. I think it's fair to say he's a leader of a country. He's a president. He isn't funny. He was actually really funny as a comedian. He played the piano with his dick. He's actually really talented and funny. The TV show that he was in was really funny. Good stuff. Funny, well-written political humor. But fuck you. He's not a fucking comedian. That's like calling George Bush a cheerleader still. You know what I mean? Because that's how he started. You know, that's when he was young. He was a cheerleader. You know, I mean, fuck you, dude.
But he's an astute comedian that basically the game's up with Trump coming into the White House. He hasn't got what he
Reagan
wanted
was just
when he
an
wanted
actor.
it, even with Biden there, because he wanted certain weapons at certain points, haven't come, all come rather late. If he's clocked it, what does this mean for the West? It's a humiliation, is it not?
Well, I think you've got to be careful about who you're calling a comedian amongst top politicians. Actually, there, Ali, there's a lot of comedians we could.
That's a good point.
But I mean, let's look at this. You're absolutely right that the advent of Trump changes everything. So we're going to get a lot of pressure for a deal. Now, that doesn't mean there's going to be a deal. We've seen Trump, when he was last president, claiming that he would rapidly get a deal on the Korean Peninsula and giving the North Korean leader all kinds of goodies and sweeteners to try and get him to agree a deal. In the end, nothing happened whatsoever. But what we do see is we're coming down towards the possibility of some negotiations taking place, which hasn't really happened since 2022. So that's very significant. Personally, I would have thought that the West, if we include the US, NATO, UK, EU, would have done better to support Ukraine more strongly earlier. I remember having a discussion with none other than Boris Johnson back in 2016 when I was ambassador in Vienna about whether we should arm Ukraine.
No. George Bush, the son, was a cheerleader, literally. Like pom-poms, yay, go team, cheerleader, when he was in university.
To the teeth. That was what I was arguing back in 2016.
Harvard, I think. It was
so was he, wasn't he?
One of those.
When he got in, he was arguing the same thing, wasn't he?
Well, he was at that point foreign secretary.
Yes,
unfortunately, when at that point the consensus amongst Western forces was we didn't want to provoke Russia by providing tanks or guided missiles or anything offensive. In my view, with hindsight, easy to be wise in hindsight, that was a mistake.
Yeah.
And it would be better for the UK, US, Germany, France, etc., to provide Ukraine with more weapons. So that,
and you know what is so frustrating? Anybody whose job it is to understand geopolitics, and I know there's a lot of military think tanks, and we show a lot of them and stuff. They have their own biases. They have supporting the military-industrial complex and whatnot. But just across the board, everyone seems to agree. If you're paying attention to this, they seem to agree. The smartest thing to do is to help Ukraine push Russia back. It's not going to create World War III. Russia is not going to go to war over Crimea. Not going to launch a nuke into the United States over Crimea. It's just wild to me. If your job is to understand geopolitics, this is common sense. But to everybody else, it's like, oh, I don't know. It's like we're not talking about dealing with, your drunk uncle or something. We're talking about dealing, how to deal with this massive geopolitical power that is, pushing its weight around the world. And, if given half a chance, would gladly unseat the United States, destroy the dollar, and cripple and destroy whatever is left of the Western Democratic Alliance. The world would not become more democratic under Russia. The world would not become more democratic under China. We have a lot of work to do with America running the world? Absolutely. Does that hegemonic power need to be challenged? Absolutely. But it's the devil you want to deal with. Who do you want to deal with? The American empire or the Russian empire or the Chinese empire when it comes to fighting for your freedom? I know who I choose.
Negotiating position will be stronger because the key question when negotiations will start will be how much land does each side have and what is the best negotiated settlement they can get if indeed there is any landing zone, because
right. And this is why it's so important for Joe Biden to, give as much support as possible to Ukraine to help them secure as much territory as possible before Trump gets in here, so that they can secure a better position at the negotiating table. It's not a waste of time, Anna Kasparian from TYT. It's not a waste of money, Cenk Uygur from TYT. It's actually really important for them to get as much support as possible. Like I said, to secure as much territory as possible, so that they have a more favorable position in the negotiating at the negotiating table. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of my money. It's a waste of my money. I mean, look, I know you're busy, Anna, but I know you're busy, Cenk, and I hate to say this to you because you guys are so plugged in, but watch a couple documentaries on the history of Russia. Like, I don't really understand how you can have that opinion. If you it's the only way you can have that opinion is you don't understand Russia.
It is not clear at all that there's a landing zone.
Final question.
Putin wants these four regions to be recognized as part of Russia. Yes. He doesn't want NATO membership. Those two things are it's very hard to see how they can both sides can agree.
Well, you kind of sort of answered my last question I was going to ask already, because that was the point I was going to make. If one of the rationales for Putin doing this in the first place was he didn't want NATO bumping up against his border, irrespective of if there's a frozen conflict or not, he's not going to be really willing to have NATO still on his border with the rest of Ukraine that is going to come under the NATO umbrella. Simply, the landing zone, as you say, is going to be very difficult to work out.
Thank you. You see, and this is the problem with a lot of these pundits and whatnot, right? Because it's simply, well, if Russia says it's bad, if Russia says they're going to get angry, then we shouldn't do it. And it's like, wait a minute. The balance of power here is never really debated, is never really talked about. Russia does not have the right to tell any country not to join any alliance. Would Russia allow any other country to tell it not to join a specific alliance? If Russia wants to join an alliance, it's going to join an alliance. Why in the world is it assumed by defeatist, geeky Poindexters like this? Why is it ever assumed that Ukraine doesn't, it doesn't matter with Ukraine, and that Russia gets to just, throw around threats like that? I don't know. I'm not wording this correctly, but it just doesn't sit right with me. Doesn't sit right with me that it's just assumed.
Is going to come under the NATO umbrella, simply.
It's just assumed that Ukraine doesn't get to join whatever alliances. If Russia says no, then Ukraine has to listen to that because of the nukes. God bless you. Finally, someone said it. I think I said something. But it's cowardice. It's cowardice. This assumption that, because what are we doing? What are we reinforcing? We're reinforcing this idea that you can be a rogue country against the entire, international order. All right, that's fine. And you get to threaten nuclear weapons anytime you don't get your way. And we have to acquiesce, right? It's the common sense. It's presented as common sense. Well, we have to acquiesce, right? We don't want World War III. And it's like, we're really okay? We're just okay with a country threatening World War III anytime it doesn't get what it wants, like some fucking toddler. Meanwhile, it's encroaching in Africa. It's encroaching in Georgia, encroaching in Moldova, right? Invading Ukraine, working as hard as it can with China and India and other countries, Brazil, I think, to undermine Western democracy at every chance. But we're still the antagonizers, We're still the ones being hyperbolic. We're the ones being McCarthyite. Meanwhile, Russia ripping off the mask, showing its hand across the world, and we still got to deal with fucking geeks like this. Do we really want to risk Ukraine defending itself? So we got some good news here. Maybe they don't want to look hypocritical because they support the war started by the U.S. You should, as a pundit, you should have the intellectual capacity to agree with, one action and disagree with another. Last time I checked, there's not a lot of actual I am a pacifist motherfuckers in media who are like, I don't care what happens, fighting bad. Real winners, China, because doing nothing. Yeah, no, China's definitely one of the big winners. Well, have you considered America bad? America is bad, They're not helping Ukraine because they like democracy. But it's just like, it's just disgusting. It's just disgusting to me how seeing it all play out right from the very beginning, literally day one of the Ukrainian invasion, I was streaming live. Streaming the United Nations Security Council meeting about, okay, how do we appease Russia so that they don't invade? And then they invade during the meeting. Seeing this whole thing play out from day one, seeing how correct Putin was to assume how weak and rudderless Western democracy would be against his blatant aggression. He knew the NATO arguments would be effective. He knew the propaganda would carry him through that. Because it all depends on the apathy and weakness of the foundations of Western democracy. They're really helping the people, the citizens. They're helping Ukraine because they really like bits about your playing piano with your Johnson. Putin was just jealous. Having Carlson eating hamburgers really paid off. It's not about any one piece of propaganda. That was a total joke. It's funny. But it's not about just one piece. It's about constant saturation. Whole entire media networks, right? Like The Hill. Whether they're getting paid or they're just useful idiots, who really knows? But whole media outlets dedicated to pushing a very specific flavor of reality. Where it's like, well, I'm not going to say it's justified, but I am going to talk for endlessly. I will endlessly talk about how NATO pushed Russia too far, and Russia has been an honest actor throughout this entire process, and they just want to find peace. I mean, RT is obvious, right? But outlets like The Hill, The Intercept is another crypto pro-Russian outlet. Fox News, that they're pretty overt about it. There's faults on both
here in the
sides.
studio. A very good evening to you, Cami. Great.
And there's so much to both sides. I can do it. I can criticize the Zelensky and the Ukrainian government, Ukrainian military. There's plenty of ways to actually legitimately both sides this, not in justification, but in trying to find the truth and talk about the truth. But, none of those who are both sidesing it are ever interested in trying to find the actual truth. They just want, to convince a lot of dummies 1 + 1 = 2. I adore Russia, actually. They're very honest with what they want. We'll take a look here. Of course, Ukraine is Russia. Former Russian President Medvedev. Yeah, so we've heard this quite a bit. We've covered Medvedev. So he was the guy keeping the seat warm for Putin. And some people fucking puke. I don't want to listen to his voice. Some people think it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell, but some people think that Medvedev speaks for the Russian government, right? That Putin, sends him messages, or the Russian government sends him narratives. I don't think that's the case with Medvedev. I think he's trying to see which way the wind blows, and he's trying to, speak rhetorically in that direction to keep Putin happy. But what I'm trying to say is that we can't use his word as gospel. We can't just say everything this guy says is what the Russian government wants and what Putin wants, because he's just, like I said, he's trying to he's trying to look at the tea leaves, he's trying to smell a fart in the air, and he's trying to figure out, okay, where does Putin want me to go? What kind of rhetoric does he want me to say? I don't think he's controlled, and we got to be careful about. Because this guy's talked about, we need to use nukes. We got to first strike with nukes, and we got to, get them first, and, all this insane stuff. We can't necessarily say that his word is the word of the Russian government. I know, the whole collar thing, it's gross, dude. Yuck. The whole thing. Pseudo-messianic clothing. Who are you, fucking Neo? What are you, the one? I don't think so, buddy. Dressing like some guru.
Cami Knight here in the studio. A very good evening to you, Cami. Great to see you. The Russian authorities seem unfazed by the country's plummeting currency.
So, hey, good news. Russian economy in the fucking toilet. You love to fucking see it. Perfect time for Trump to take over, to make all the boo-boos go away.
Despite it losing a third of its value since August. Right. That sounds incredibly serious.
That's right. Well, when the ruble hits 100 to the dollar, that tends to raise alarm bells in Russia. Well, on Wednesday, it weakened to 114 against the US dollar, its lowest level in over 2 years. That figure is still hovering around 108 this Thursday. But Russian President Vladimir Putin says there's no reason.
This is a couple days old. This was on Thursday, so 2 days old, 1 day old. It went down again. Okay, they do that. Things are fluctuating in the right direction for Russia's economy, down. That's what we want to see. Will it be enough to probably not, because Trump is an idiot. Because come on, guys. The bad guys won. Okay, Skeletor won. Now we got to deal with Skeletor as the fucking president. Dressed like Steven Seagal. So true. You know, the pseudo-Japanese, kind of... Hold on, I got to show you my kung fu. I got to sit in a chair. I got a fat ass, just sit in a chair. I'll grab your arm, watch out. I'll grab your arm like I snatch a donut. Steven Seagal is a piece of shit, okay? This is a JCVD stream, 100%. All about that Van Damme. Van Damme all day. Steven Seagal, die in a ditch.
To panic.
Probably went too far with that one.
Despite the central bank being forced to intervene to prop up the currency. Emily Boyle explains.
It's a good point, Gaius. Welcome back.
After the ruble tumbled to its lowest levels in over 2 years, Russian officials scrambled to spread calm.
Yeah, Bruce
the
Lee's
currency
amazing.
fell as far as 114.75 to the US dollar on Wednesday, a level unseen since March 2022, just after the start of the war in Ukraine. The Russian central bank was forced to suspend foreign purchases.
EC94, I mean, absolutely. What lesson does this teach Russia? What lesson does this teach China in pertaining to Taiwan? Right? Push Western democracies hard enough, be brutal, lie your way through it, propaganda your way through it, and eventually we'll just acquiesce because we're weak bitches that can barely keep our shit together ourselves. Why'd you add coloring to a ditch? Oh, get him. Oh. Real quick, though, how cool is Jean-Claude Van Damme? I mean, how cool, right? He's so fucking cool.
Of the ruble for the rest of this year to prop the crushing currency.
Yeah, that new
Vladimir
RoboCop game is
Putin
the
says
shit, dude. It's a
there's
good game.
nothing to worry about.
Too short, but it's really fun.
Regarding the fluctuations of exchange rates of the ruble, this is connected not only to inflation, but also to budget payments and oil prices. There are many seasonal factors, so generally, in my opinion, the situation is under control.
You got Botox in
There
your
is no
brain.
reason to panic.
Yeah, no need to panic. They'll start panicking once the vodka gets too expensive.
Although senior...
All right, no, we can't be doing that. That's Russia-phobia. Come on now, come on. Don't be. You're not that bad of a commentator. Come on, buddy. You can do better.
Officials were quick to minimize the situation and
Action
blame
Man,
the strength
G.I. Joe,
of the
what the
dollar.
fuck?
Economists say the drop is down to a mix of factors, including low oil prices, new sanctions against Russian businesses, and government spending on the war in Ukraine. Many Russians now struggle to fill their shopping baskets.
The price of butter has gone up. Potatoes and cabbage are really expensive.
Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Imagine if rice got too expensive in Japan. Potatoes and cabbage, pretty important to the Russian diet. All right?
They are the most sought-for products.
Russia's annual inflation rate came in at
unreal. Don't laugh, right? The staples, when people can't get butter for their bread and they can't get oil to cook with, that's when the rubber hits the road.
5% in October.
Yeah, I know, internet.
Prompting the central bank to...
That was so hilarious. Didn't you love the behind the scenes with the Tucker Carlson stuff where they were like, we don't want to put this out. It's actually so apparent that you're a Russian shill. We just want to can this one. They were like, we sent him out there. So going up this whole time, they're not going to do anything about it. Not enough. They're not going to do enough. No, dude, I'm in a worse position. Don't worry. Well, I don't want you to be in a worse position. Does that help? No, it doesn't help at all? No, okay, sorry.
Hike interest rates to 21%,
I like her
the highest level in more than 2 decades.
Her little thing, that's cute. I like her little fanny pack. It's cute. She's so trendy. That's like a big thing amongst teenagers right now.
Interest rates to 21%, the highest level in more than 2 decades.
Cash
a
for
measure
all.
that has yet to halt a persistent rise in prices. The government, meanwhile, is
Swing
showing
bag,
no
yeah.
sign of
It's
reducing
cool,
its
it's
spending.
stylish. Yeah.
On Wednesday, it voted to increase its defense budget by a
They're very
further
practical.
30%
Yeah, they're cool. Yeah.
in 2025.
They're not for me, but I think they're cool. I as a guy like me, I can't say no to more pockets and shit. I love that stuff.
Australia's Senate has passed a law banning social media for under...
Okay, so they're moving on to other stories here, and we will be covering the Australia stuff coming up. I have time for one more clip here. I'm sorry, but my wife has to go to her book club, and I have to watch my child. I know. How come I can't be like Destiny and just abandon my child, apparently? I don't know. Does the kid even live with him? Where's Daddy, Destiny? Oh, don't come after me, please. Don't come after me. I'm so scared. No, so I got to go take care of the kid. But we got to talk about this. If this woman doesn't slip on a banana peel off a balcony in the next year or so, she's going to be very, very lucky. So this is really hilarious. Chilling moment, Russian spokeswoman gets call from mysterious figure telling her to shut up about Putin's ICBM strike. So this is super cool. I'm talking rarely do we get this kind of behind the scenes, right? This is a total cock up. So she's got her propaganda bosses, right, on the horn, and they're literally in real time. She's getting messaging. Okay, you need to speak specifically, pretend this doesn't exist, or this is the angle you're going to go with, right? So we so rarely get to see actually what this looks like, and it's just as casual as a phone call. Hey, you believe this. Hey, you say this. Hey, we believe that, right? It's fascinating. And what's really great is that you can hear the microphone is picking up the fucking phone. She must have be hard of hearing or something, because she's got the volume all the way up. The microphone's picking it up. It's really quiet. It's perfect timing for all of this. So this is really, really wild. This is a really wild thing to get a look at this in real time. Let me just get this to the beginning. So listen carefully. I'm not going to talk. Volume all the way up. Listen carefully, because you can actually hear the propaganda machine churning. It's such a rare look at the sausage being made.
Да. Алло. Да, у меня брифинг.
Okay, so it's really hard to catch it, but the Westerners are talking about it now. Do not comment at all. Okay, thank you. I mean, it's kind of her job, right? This is her job, but it's just wild to see. It's just you just don't get to see this kind of stuff, right? And she was probably punished big time for this. Kind of looks like the Deadpool logo, but it's not. But I mean, that is kind of her job, right? Is to convey messaging, and okay, here's the message you're conveying, but it's not in the service of truth. It's all in the service of manipulation. Not a cock up a hype job, viral moment to draw attention. You think it was intentional? Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. The world is not the Truman Show. She got GG'd. Her ass could be slipping off a balcony. She better watch out. Seeing behind the counter at the butcher. Yeah, it's a little wild, isn't it? Yeah, poor woman, so sad. There's a wet spot. It's just bad luck. She's like, do you have any rooms on the first floor? I just have a height phobia. I'll just sleep outside. I'm just going to sleep outside on the bench. Yeah, sleep outside on the bench. Her ass, she'll get dragged up to the top. She'll get dragged up to a balcony, thrown off it anyway. Avoid open windows. All right, folks, it's been really great and super cool. All these new viewers, thank you so much once again to the Bean for the raid. Thank you for all the follows. If I missed your follow, I got to fix my stream elements and the notifications. It's totally my fault. So blame me. Thank you for offering up bits and all that. Profiley face, I do appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, there was a raid. It was fun. It was a good time. Yeah. So thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Hope you're enjoying the News Underground. Like I said, I'm Abandoned Nihilism, and this is the realest motherfucking news channel on Twitch, bar none. I'm the realest motherfucker you've ever met, easily. I don't get it. It's not that hard keeping it real. It just means, you don't have a lot of friends. That's all. You just have to live a totally lonely life. No, I'm very lucky to have a wife and a companion for life, and she loves me very much, and I love her, but Yeah. I don't have a lot of friends. At some point, you do have to. It's not everyone else's fault. You know what I mean? It's definitely my fault. No, Chem Goblin, you guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. But let's avoid the parasocial stuff. Where's the Discord link? Let me hook you up with that Discord link. If you want to contribute to the stream, we got a Discord right here. Go ahead and put your links in the politics section. I will take a look, see if we can get them part of the stream. ChatGPT is my only friend. No, and we need each other more than ever, right? I talk about this, new viewers, you've never heard this before, but I talk about this all the time. I call it the 3-step program to create political change. It's basically a 3-step program to become a political activist. Step 1, inform yourself. That's why you're here. You sought out real news and you found it. Thank God you found it. Actual news on Twitch. It's amazing. Step 2, put your name down. Volunteer. I showed last stream, it took me 15 seconds. I literally typed into Google progressive activist movement in my area. Right? Volunteer, put your name down. There's an organization that needs your help. And hey, you put in some time, you don't like them, find a new one. Volunteer, put your name down, because step 3, you got to put in the work like Charlie Kirk, motherfucker. We got to work just as hard as the fascists. The fascists are working overtime. Steve Bannon's working overtime to destroy our democracy. We have to work just as hard or harder to defeat them, to push back, to restore democracy. And if you don't think democracy is important, 1, fuck you. 2, you're about to get a firsthand look at how important your democracy was when it's stripped away from you, and you're left naked and braying in the motherfucking streets. Is that the right word? Braying? I don't know. No, that's not the right word. Close. Not the right word. You know what I'm saying. Big props to Midnight, Lowell Knight. We have to defeat Lump Pillow Mike Lindell. We can't let these bad guys win. It's got to be temporary. We can't let them destroy everything. Not for Donald Trump. Not like this. Not like this. Right as you pull my cable and I disconnect from the Matrix. Bang. Yeah, not the right word. I got to think of the right word. It's not coming to my brain. The bang mob. These low effort bad guys. They suck. They're mediocre, Super mediocre. And they're winning. They're winning. We have to destroy them politically. We have to defend our democracy. We have to defend our liberty. And we have to destroy this MAGA political movement. Everything else is a waste of time. Everything else is an ego project. Everything else is me, is money. And money is important to a political movement. Don't get it twisted. But if the focus is not on nonviolent, direct political action, it's a waste of fucking time. If this isn't about a massive movement for change, it's a total waste of fucking time. Vosh over here, I don't know what to do. I don't know. Because he's always talking about, he's always being asked, okay, what do we do? I don't know. We should wait and see. No, bitch, we act. Get your lumpy ass out of your fucking playpen and get in the fucking streets. Sign up to an organization and do some volunteering and encourage the rest of your audience to do so. I'm not even talking to Destiny, who thinks, who's busy blaming progressives for Kamala Harris's loss. Who's he blaming, huh? It certainly isn't the neoliberal establishment. And then Hassan. Hassan needs to take a break for a couple minutes and watch some documentaries. Speaking positively about the Houthis is one thing, but I mean, man, there's just way too many narratives that Hassan repeats without really digging into, you can't be calling Hamas resistance fighters. You need the intellectual capacity to talk about Islamic terrorism, but also the fact that Palestinians have the right to resistance, as do the Lebanese. Anyway, I don't have that big of a problem with Hassan so much. His ignorance is really terrible, but activism. That's what's missing here. Activism, action. Right? That's what's missing here. They got everything else. They got the money. They got the clout. They got mostly the rhetoric right. Like, in terms of anyone who's correct, Vosh is the most correct out of all the pundits. His analysis is pretty correct on this current situation, except when he gets to the end, except when he gets to, what do we do next? What do we do next? Oh, I don't know. Wait and see. No, bitch. Get angry. First of all, get angry. But get out there. Try and fail. Try to become a leader. Try to organize. Try to become a follower. Oh, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. You're fucking useless. Fight or get the fuck out of my way. That needs to be the attitude of the left. Sam Cedars, okay, but still happy to defend the neoliberal establishment. Sam, correct me if I'm wrong, but Sam Cedars over here talking about Kamala Harris, ran a pretty good campaign. Am I wrong about that? Yeah, put a hole in the drywall now. I got to punch it. Exactly. Welcome back, Boeing stuff. Sorry, you got to catch me at the end. Now is not the time to wait. Now is the time to organize more than ever, to double down on what has worked historically. It's the only thing that has ever fucking worked. It's the only thing that has ever fucking worked. She did, minus the Gaza Liz stuff. She completely cut out LGBTQ people from the campaign and is still being considered too woke. She refused to make populist statements and put Tim Walz in the fucking closet, and still she is still being criticized for being too progressive. So no, her campaign was a fucking disaster. She immediately went to the consultants. She immediately went to the consultants and said, "Okay, what do I do next? What do I do? What do I do? Oh, we do the Hillary Clinton strategy once again. We run to the right. And she failed. Her political instincts were shit. She listened to the wrong people, and she ran a bad campaign. I don't care if she had another 300 days. I don't care if she had more days that Joe Biden stole from her. Undecided voter patterns, they switch upon watching those. The issue is that she didn't get enough coverage. Not enough coverage? Wrong. Her issue is that her campaign did not appeal to the middle and working class. It offered technocratic solutions when she should have been out front saying, I'm going to make your wages higher. I am going to lower your taxes. I am going to punish grocery store companies for ripping you off. She didn't do any of that. No, anyway, thank you so much for being here. I wish I could give everyone individual props. You've all been great. Wrong, undone, wrong. The neoliberal political establishment can no longer ignore the working class. They need to embrace populism and not technocratic Hillary Clinton style politics. People who defend their strategy are part of the problem. They're part of the problem. Because the neoliberal establishment looks to people like you and says, see, we're not doing so bad. See, we don't have to change strategy. We have defenders. We have sycophants. You're wrong. No, people didn't like Kamala's politics. No, they didn't. If they liked her politics, they would have voted for her. What did they see from Kamala? They saw more of the same. They saw Joe Bidenism. They saw Hillary Clintonism. They saw the DNC status quo. She had an opportunity. She was, Tim Walz was a great pick for that. And then she fucking stuck him in the closet. Stop talking progressive. Stop saying weird. We can't call a Republican weird while we're embracing Liz Cheney. We can't do that. So undone, you got to undo your neoliberal establishment bias, buddy. You got to undo that because you're dead fucking wrong. The neoliberal establishment needs to embrace populism and the working class rhetoric. They'll never do it, so they need to be politically destroyed. They need to be assimilated by progressives. They need to be challenged and primaried at every midterm election. They need to be challenged and assimilated and dismantled. The neoliberal establishment will never learn. I mean, look, you're a perfect example of how the neoliberal establishment will never fucking learn. You'll never learn the lesson. You always have excuses, right? With Hillary, it was fucking Comey. No, it wasn't Comey. It was the goddamn Mueller report. It was Robert Mueller and Russia and progressives and Bernie, but it wasn't her strategy. Always with the excuses. Always with the excuses. Joe Biden barely won. Barely won. You care about the ACA? You care about protecting Obamacare, but what? We can't go single payer? You are the problem. You are the problem. The ACA was a massive handout to insurance companies. And yes, we needed it. Yes, it was okay, but it needed to go far farther. Is the neoliberal establishment trying to push the ACA farther? No. They're trying to defend the ACA. In fact, they're trying to means test the ACA. Trying to make it less effective for middle-class people. You are exactly the problem. Yes, you exemplify. Yeah, you take what you get. Exactly. You exemplify everything that is wrong with the neoliberal establishment. Thank you for opening your mouth and showing us all how ridiculous it is to let people like you continue to be in charge. You see what I'm talking about, folks? We got Nancy Pelosi in the fucking chat. You see what I'm talking about? You see how we need to destroy this neoliberal political establishment? How they will never fucking learn? How it's always excuses? Constantly blaming the progressive left when they should be looking inside and changing? Making excuses? You see what I'm talking about? Thank you so much, Nancy Pelosi. Suck a dick. See you next time, folks. Bye. Sorry, baby. You gonna walk the dog? Thanks again, folks. Thanks again, folks. Take care of yourself. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. It's been great. Thank you. Fuck neoliberals. Fuck Nancy Pelosi. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. Poop and swoop in this bitch.